Good morning, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are coming to you live because multiple reports, many reports, say that the FBI has arrested someone they have been pursuing for years, investigating for years, the suspect who allegedly planted pipe bombs the night before the January 6th protests and riot, and those pipe bombs were planted at near the Democratic and Republican National Committee headquarters. And they did not detonate those pipe bombs, but this has been something that federal authorities have been investigating for years. And according to Tom Winter of NBC News, the person's name is Brian Cole. Again, NBC News is reporting the suspect's name is Brian Cole. And also it's being reported that, I want to get this right here. It's being reported that the man is from Virginia, that the suspect is from Virginia. So we're going to give you an update here. We're going to be giving you a live update. Hold on a second. I just saw something else I want to mention. Maybe. Give me a moment here. 5.9 earthquake near Dayton, Nevada. Wow, that just happened. Guys, this near Carson City. There was a 5.9 earthquake near Carson City, Nevada. This just happened. It says, I think it's 7 minutes ago. Look at that. Right? Because UTC now, one of our viewers mentioned this. Thanks for mentioning it. And I just checked and it was like, I just saw this. Yeah, so this was 7 minutes ago. 7 minutes ago, a 5.9 earthquake near Carson City, Nevada. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Some of our viewers saying 5.9 is not that big. No, 5.9 is pretty big. 5.9 is pretty big, especially for something near Nevada. So I respectfully disagree with people saying 5.9 is not that big. No, for this location of an earthquake in the United States, in the continental United States, this is pretty big. All right, so we have to keep an eye on that. I'll keep an eye on what we're hearing about that. But again, USGS says 5.9 earthquake not far from Carson City, Nevada. CBS News is also reporting now that the pipe bomb suspect is Brian Cole, 30 years old, of Northern Virginia. All right, so we're going to be keeping an eye on both of those things. Okay, so let's get into it. I appreciate you being here for our coverage. We'll get you updates on that earthquake as well. Hold on a second here. Thank you to our moderators who are here. We have Leslie Ladyhawk moderating. Ruth Krafasi is moderating. Thank you over there on YouTube. Thank you. By the way, a quick thanks speaking of YouTube, thanks to Lethal Old Fart and Loki1988 and Michael Abbott and Aaron McCune for supporting, and Dan and Maggie for supporting as well. And Michael McIsaac for supporting on YouTube. Thanks also to our moderators on X, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha. Thanks to our moderators on Twitch. We have DeBears, I Got That Fire, and Surly Dev. And thanks also to... Yeah, there's a bunch of different things going on right now that I want to update you on. But we're definitely going to start with this. We're going to focus on and start with this. Sorry. We're going to focus on and start with the suspect arrested. Sorry, there's a number of things happening here. Facebook. That's what I was going to do. Get you the Facebook moderators and thank them. Margaret Riley and Kay Lowry Body over there moderating. Thank you. Nuclear test? My guess is it's not a nuclear test. I don't believe the U.S. has conducted a nuclear test, a nuclear explosion in decades. And I hadn't heard that anyone was scheduled anytime soon. 1992 was the last U.S. nuclear explosion. And I know President Trump said he might resume testing at some point, but there's been no reporting that that's going to happen anytime soon. So my guess is no. Also, by the way, members of Congress are reportedly being shown video of that second strike on a drug boat that happened on September 2nd. That's going on as well. So we'll keep an eye on that and update you on that as well. Okay. By the way, Fox News is also reporting that the suspect's name for the January 6 Pike bombs is Brian Cole. Brian Cole of Virginia, C-O-L-E, is reportedly the name of the of the suspect. Oh, interesting. The USGS does not have it looks, one of our viewers mentioned this. It looks like the 5.9 is gone. There's no more 5.9 earthquake there. What happened? What happened? We just saw a 5.9 on USGS. It's not there right now. A 5.9 near Carson City, Nevada. There's nothing there recently now. I don't know if they made a mistake. Miriam says the earthquake just disappeared off the map. Maybe it was a false alarm. It's weird that it made it to USGS if it was a false alarm. Now it just says this: the requested event has been deleted. Let me actually, I'm going to post this. I want to post this. The requested event has been deleted. Where's the little box? I don't know why, but... Oh, hey guys, I need, give me about 30 seconds. Hang on a moment here. Hold on. I'm going to disappear for 30 seconds. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know why this has been deleted, but looks like maybe a false alarm on the earthquake. Okay. So, hey, by the way, there's one other thing going on today, in addition to the other things we're going to cover, which is I'll let you know what I hear more about this. Again, I don't know if the earthquake was a false alarm or what, but uh, so there's a family related matter that is kind of a urgent thing that popped up today that at some point I'm going to have to take about 10 or 15 minutes to deal with. I'm sorry, it's just unavoidable. And that may be in a few minutes. So in a few minutes, I might have to put up on the screen, Steve will be back in 10 to 15 minutes, and just run and do that. I'm sorry, I just can't, I can't avoid it. So, as soon as I hear about that, just a heads up that that's probably coming in a few minutes. So we're gonna keep the stream going, but I'll just have to I'll just have to deal with it. Okay, let's for the moment talk about these. Now it's interesting. I have seen many news outlets report that the FBI has arrested the January 6th pipe bomb suspect. But I have not seen any kind of confirmation of this from the FBI, from Pam Bondi, from Kash Patel, from President Trump, from Dan Bongino. It's very strange. It's very strange. I mean, I don't doubt that it's true because so many different news outlets have had it. But I don't know why we haven't heard anything yet from any of the principals, any of the officials. So I mean, because it's been out there for hours now. One of our viewers, Barcodes, claims there's a presser at 1 p.m. Is that true? I had not heard about that. I had not heard anything about that. Where are you getting that from? I hadn't heard that. Maybe you're right. Give me one other second here. So, I mean, I'll definitely show you the press conference if they had it. I assume they'll have one. I don't know if they're having one today. Let's see here. Where is... Hold on. One of the viewers thinks they haven't said anything because it's their guy. I've heard no reporting that the suspect is with the FBI. It's also possible President Trump will be making an appearance. Again, I think he's supposed to maybe appear on camera from the White House, talking to, I think maybe leaders of, what is it, Congo and Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda. So we might show some of that. Anyways, let's see here. By the way, thanks to Jeff1202 for subscribing on Twitch, and the Dana T for subscribing on Twitch, and Devil Doc for your support on Twitch, and also Warlord Wolf for subscribing on Twitch. I was just looking to see if I saw anything yet about a press conference here about this arrest, and I've seen nothing personally about it. Oh, hold on. I need about 30 seconds here. Give me 30 seconds. I need 30 seconds. So in about 5 minutes, I'm going to have to take a break from about a 10-minute break from the stream. I know it's crazy. It's just unavoidable today. Urgent, family-related thing that popped up, and I just need about 10 minutes to deal with it. So We'll be dealing with it. I'll put a thing on the screen that says Steve will be back in 10 minutes or whatever, and we'll keep it going. So I'm sorry, but it's the way it is. It's the way it is. Let's see. Yeah, I haven't. Again, I have not. I was just looking here to see if I saw anything about a press conference. Let me also check over here and see. Yeah, AP doesn't have anything on their schedule yet about one. So, well, let's talk a little bit about what happened, and then I will. In about 4 minutes, I need to just run out of here well, about 5 minutes. I need to run out of here for a minute. Okay. Hang on a second here. All right, as an example, here is one report about the FBI thing. Hold on. FBI makes arrest in investigation into pipe bombs placed in D.C. on eve of January 6 riot, AP source says. Again, this is being widely reported. The FBI made an arrest on Tuesday in its nearly 5-year-old investigation into who placed pipe bombs in Washington on the eve of the January 6, 2021 riot at the U.S. Capitol. And again, the person who was arrested is alleged to have placed these pipe bombs. The arrest marks the first time investigators have settled on a suspect in an act that had long vexed law enforcement, spawned a multitude of conspiracy theories, and remained an enduring mystery in the shadow of the dark chapter of American history that is the violent Capitol siege. The arrest took place this morning, and the person is a man. He was arrested in Virginia. Multiple outlets say his name is Brian Cole. C-O-L-E, Brian Cole. And also, one of the reports I read you said he is 30 years old. Hey, thanks, AZ Intel's dad. I really appreciate that, by the way. Thank you, AZ Intel's dad. Yeah, CBS News says it is he is Brian Cole, 30 years old. I have, what was I going to say? Contrary to the assertion of one of our chat members, there has been no reporting that I have seen about any kind of, well, there's actually no official word on this at all. But the reports I've seen have not said that there's any kind of, none of the reports I've seen have said that this person is a Trump supporter or a Trump hater or a Biden supporter or a Biden hater. I haven't seen that reported anywhere. And again, there's no official word about this. So I would not jump to conclusions about this person's motivations or background. Now, MS Now reported that the suspect has been linked to statements in support of an anarchist ideology, but also that authorities have not yet determined a motive. That's according to Ken Delanian of MS Now. Anarchy is basically when you want like disorder and no government, correct? Just to look this up. Well, Wikipedia says anarchism is a political philosophy and movement that seeks to abolish all institutions that perpetuate authority, coercion, or hierarchy, primarily targeting the state and capitalism. Okay. All right. So again, one of our viewers said, "I think the motive is anarchy." So let me remind you about what's about to happen on the stream, and I greatly apologize, but it's kind of a rare occurrence, but it's got to happen. Due to okay, so we're going to definitely talk about this. I want to take your comments on the year. So here's what we're going to do right now. Are you ready? Here's what we're going to do. Again, an issue popped up unplanned that is urgent and I need to handle, and it's going to take about 10 minutes or so. Once in a while this happens. It's not often, but once in a while. So I need to take about 10 minutes now and deal with this. I'm going to leave the stream going. Feel free to, you can leave and come back or whatever. I just have to deal with it. Should take about 10 minutes, okay? I really apologize. Nothing I could do. So let me go do that. I'm coming back, and everything is fine. Everything's fine. It just needs to get dealt with, and I got to deal with it. So I'm coming back in about 10 minutes. We'll talk about this and some other stories going on. So thanks for your patience. Let me go do this, and I'm coming back shortly. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. There may be one other quick thing I need to do today, but not for 10 minutes. Okay, we're back. Thanks so much for your patience. I really appreciate it. Okay, now we can get into this more. Okay, hang on. Let me just make sure that while I was gone, I didn't miss some huge new thing. Hang on 1 second. All right. I'm not seeing anything huge on that news. So let's get into what happened. Let's get into what happened. No, I literally have not seen a single thing officially about this. It has now been multiple hours that this has been reported from. There is nothing from the FBI, nothing from the Department of Justice, nothing from Kash Patel, nothing from Dan Bongino, nothing from Pam Bondi, and nothing from President Trump. Okay? So, nothing that I have seen. But the suspect's name is 30-year-old Brian Cole Jr. of Virginia. That's according to MS Now. 30-year-old Brian Cole Jr. of Virginia. Now, MS Now is showing some kind of helicopter shot of some forest or something. Why? What is this helicopter shot I'm seeing? Oh, hang on a second. Reuters just announced a press conference. There is a press conference coming up at 1 p.m. So whoever had the 1 p.m. thing, I think you were right. I think that person was right because Reuters says there's a press conference coming up at 1 p.m. Hang on a moment. Justice Department holds briefing on significant law enforcement matter at 1 p.m. So I got to put that on the screen now. Let me put that up on the screen. We're going to cover that. I'll put a clock up. Justice, is this going to all fit? Let's see. Justice press conference on arrest in, let's see if this worked. There, press conference on arrest in 1 hour, 11 minutes, and 55 seconds. We did it. We did it. Let me just get that clock up there on the other angle. So there is a press conference coming up. How about that? How about that? There is a press conference coming up. Wow. Oh, I also have, what is this? I'm looking at something else too. Oh, I have a shot from the White House too. I got to keep an eye on that. President Trump might be appearing with a couple of African leaders. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let me just get organized here. Motorcade waiting. White House press pool says Poole was escorted to the press vans at 11:35, 14 minutes ago, now waiting our departure to the Institute of Peace 7 blocks away for the signing of a peace agreement between Rwanda and Democratic Republic of the Congo. All right, well, we'll keep an eye out for that. We may cut in with that. But again, Justice Department press conference, guys, coming up in about an hour and 10 minutes. We will definitely be covering that. Cecily Lynn says, are they going to give this person a pardon? Well, that's up to President Trump. That's up to President Trump. Hang on a moment. One moment here. Okay, so let's take a step back, and hold on. Fox News reports there is FBI activity at home of pipe bomb suspect. That is what Fox News is reporting right now. They have a helicopter camera, which I don't have the rights to, which is showing a bunch of law enforcement vehicles. FBI activity at the home of pipe bomb suspect in Woodbridge, Virginia. Woodbridge, Virginia, guys. They're saying it is. Robin Foose says something does not feel right about this arrest. Usually this administration takes credit right away. Well, they are. It is a little odd that we haven't heard anything from them, but there is a press conference in about an hour. Again, Brian Cole, 30 years old reportedly. Brian Cole Jr., reportedly 30 years old, is reportedly the person who was arrested. All right, hang on. Sorry, we keep getting these updates, so I just want to get you the latest here. Here's what the Washington Post had to say. Federal officials today arrested a man who is believed to have planted pipe bombs near the Democratic and Republican National Committee headquarters in Washington the night before the January 6, 2021 riots at the U.S. Capitol. According to 3 people familiar with the matter, the 7 a.m. arrest could bring closure to a mystery that has vexed law enforcement for nearly 5 years. Despite interviews with more than 1,000 people and video footage showing a person sitting on a bench, removing what appears to be a pipe bomb from their bag, officials had not been able to solve the crime. The suspect is believed to be from Virginia. It is a man. The FBI said the bombs were capable of hurting people had they been detonated, and that the discovery of the bombs apparently diverted law enforcement attention from the U.S. Capitol before a mob breached it on January 6th. The Washington Post says the lack of arrests had spurred baseless claims among Republicans, including President Trump, with many suggesting that the FBI did not want to solve the case because a member of an anti-fascist group, not a Trump supporter, planted the bombs. Some also suggested the FBI was involved in planting the bombs. The current FBI Deputy Director, Dan Bongino, during the Biden administration on his podcast, said, according to the Washington Post, without evidence, that the FBI knew the identity of the bomber and that it was an inside job. The FBI has repeatedly denied any allegation of wrongdoing. FBI officials have said that the investigation was complicated by a number of factors, including that the incident occurred during the pandemic and that the bomber was wearing a mask, which did not raise alarms for anyone who might have seen them. Additionally, the person placed the pipe bombs hours before they were discovered, leaving plenty of time to escape. I'm going to show you some of what the FBI had said about this. AP says that in the years since this happened, investigators have sought the public's help in identifying a shadowy subject seen on a surveillance camera, even as they struggled to determine answers to basic questions, including the person's gender and motive and whether the act had a clear connection to the riot at the Capitol a day later. Seeking a breakthrough, the FBI last January publicized additional information about the investigation, including an estimate that the subject was about 5'7", as well as previously unreleased video of the suspect placing one of the bombs. I'm going to show you that too. Let me read some comments from you guys, though. Our viewer, Synthetic Gaming, says this is all very odd. PD10 thinks it's an inside job by Democrats. Remember, there were bombs placed outside both the Republican National Committee headquarters and the Democratic National Committee headquarters. Paula Thompson says, inside job, which side? Survivor says, another setup. We're going to get a press conference in about an hour on this, and we are going to cover that press conference for you. Dean R. thinks it's an unstable person seeking attention. Hey, thanks to our member A-Dub, who says we should be careful of laying blame without info. Also, thanks so much to Owl Hippie for the memberships. I really appreciate that, Owl Hippie. Thanks also Oliver Hernandez, our member, and Space Cadet, our member. Thanks Weasel Man. Weasel Man thinks the reported earthquake that got canceled, that got deleted by USGS today, was a UAP crash that the government is covering up. Thank you, Walter Scott, who says that was Plan B, Plan A worked. Thanks, I Am Charlie, for your support, and Mitchell Pilot. Let me show you, just to give you some background about this. Let me show you some of what the FBI had said about this. Okay, so this is from the FBI. This is before today. There has not been any let me just keep checking. Last I checked, there's been no official announcement from any official about this, but there is a press conference scheduled at 1 p.m. by the Justice Department on a significant law enforcement matter. Something else I am keeping an eye on today is that Congress has been getting briefings, either a briefing or briefings, maybe multiple briefings, about the second strike on a drug boat that happened on September 2nd, and Bill Melugin, who's with Fox News, reported that a Democratic congressman, the ranking member of the House Intel Committee, and that is Jim Himes of Connecticut. So the person giving this briefing in a secure facility, a SCIF, which is that's a sensitive compartmented information facility, a secure room used to have to discuss classified information and to process and store it, classified information. Anyways, this congressman, who is one of the people who was briefed today, said, "What I saw in that room is one of the most troubling scenes I've seen in my time in public service." That's what Democratic Congressman Jim Himes said today after his briefing. That's according to Bill Melugin of Fox News. Again, I wasn't in the briefing, so reportedly the video. Bill Melugin reported that that the congressman was shown unedited video of that strike on the drug boat, or the strikes on the drug boat. So that's another story keeping an eye on today. Okay, so I'll let you know when I get updates on that. But we're keeping the focus right now on this FBI arrests pipe bomb suspect story. Press conference coming up in less than an hour. We'll be covering it live. Actually, if you give me about 7 seconds, I need to make a little temperature adjustment. Give me 7 seconds. Okay, we're back. So I'm gonna take some more comments from you guys. What I want to do is just kind of give you a little background, refresh all of our memories about this incident, and then we can talk about it. I am continually multiple CNN and Fox are both right now showing this helicopter video. Well, CNN was. But there's this helicopter video floating around, news helicopter, showing FBI activity at the pipe bomb suspect's home in Woodbridge, Virginia. So there's a lot of law enforcement activity going on at this person's home. A bunch of personnel, a bunch of vehicles. It actually looks like, I'm looking at the Fox News broadcast right now, looks like a lovely home, like a 2-story house with a 2-car garage. Looks like maybe on a cul-de-sac near like a wooded area in Woodbridge, Virginia. Fox News is showing a live shot right now. Now, it's not like, I don't see people running around like with weapons drawn or anything, but there's clearly a big law enforcement presence. Looks like there's some people in hazmat suits. Austin Batman says, beautiful home on a nice cul-de-sac. Yeah, that's what it looks like. That's certainly what it looks like, which is interesting. I don't know exactly where the home is. I don't have that footage myself, access to it at the moment. So, but anyways, you can turn it on Fox News if you want to see it. But again, it's just showing that a lot of law enforcement there. And hold on a second here. Oh, hold on. What is this? Oh, sorry. All right, so that is interesting. That it certainly appears like, if that's his home, that he lives in a very nice, and it looks like a nice house. So it would seem to be like maybe he had a certain amount of wealth, but I don't know for sure. Who knows? Okay, hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Yeah, again, multiple outlets are reporting his name is Brian Cole, or MS Now said Brian Cole Jr., 30 years old. Let's look at this information from the FBI about this case and refresh our memory about the case as we wait for this press conference. There's a video about it. Hey, let's watch the video. We're going to watch the video. This video that the FBI posted. Hope it doesn't have music on it. The FBI posted this video a month ago. So I'm going to play this video that the FBI posted a month ago, just as some background about this incident. I don't think there's music on it. Let's do a quick check here.
At this time.
Oh no, there is music on it. I'm gonna have to play. I gotta have the captions on. Okay. Put the captions on. I don't know why they had to put music on it. Well, maybe they thought it would be more effective with music. Okay, put that on. Get that off. One sec. Okay, so let's look at this video. This was put out by the FBI a month ago. On January 5th, 2021, between 7:30 p.m. and 8:30 p.m., an unidentified individual placed pipe bombs near the offices of the Democratic National Committee and the Republican National Committee in Washington, D.C. Okay, so that's the background here. Now, if we play this without the sound, I have the captions on so I can read it to you. Hold on. You can see it right there. The FBI and our partners are renewing our call for tips from the public to help us identify the suspect. Again, now the suspect has reportedly been arrested today. You can see that was their seeking information poster. You can see a couple of the shots of the surveillance footage of the person and the bombs, the pipe bombs. Okay, let's keep playing this. The reward was a reward of up to $500,000 available for information that leads to the arrest and conviction of the individual responsible for this attempted attack. If you have any information, please call the FBI. Okay. You can also submit tips online at tips@fbi.gov. Tips.fbi.gov. Okay. The FBI's estimate is that the suspect's height is approximately 5'7". So I'm just showing you guys this as background. Again, the FBI has arrested somebody for this. Randy Leeson says those are very unique shoes. Might be how they found this dope. Confidence in God says since the devices did not go off, how long will he go to prison for? We'll have to wait and see what we hear from the FBI in about. Department of Justice is going to speak in 53 minutes. So we'll wait and see what we hear from them. And I'm just, you know what I might do? Let me just do this. Hold on. If I do this, and then I'm going to shrink this a little bit, the video, so we can have that on the screen, because people will be like, what's going on here? There we go. Now you can see the captions. Okay. So I'm showing you this video, but the press conference is coming up in 51 and a half minutes. All right. So let's keep going here with this FBI video. He's about 5'7". The suspect wore a face mask, a gray hooded sweatshirt, and black gloves, as you can see. They used a backpack to transport each of the devices. Oh, hold on a second. They used a backpack They used a backpack to transport each of the devices. Okay. And then you see, look at this. They were wearing distinctive Nike Air Max Speed Turf shoes, which are black and gray with the yellow Nike logo. Fewer than 25,000 of those shoes were sold between August 8, 2018 and January 2021. Let's look at that again. Nike Air Max Speed Turf shoes. Fewer than 25,000 of them were sold. Just as Zen says, bet those aren't cheap shoes. I don't know if that helped them find him. Gary Bain said you can always buy them secondhand. Okay, let's keep going here. I'm just reviewing this information as a review of what happened. So then they say the first time the suspect is seen is approximately at 7:34 p.m. the night before January 6th. Let's see here. At the intersection of First Street and North Carolina Ave Southwest. No, at the intersection of First Street and North Carolina Ave. The person walks southwest on North Carolina Avenue and turns north on New Jersey Avenue, was it? New Jersey Ave Southeast. West on D Street S Southeast. South on South Capitol Street Southeast. And then what did it say? Okay. And then it says, look at this. Look at this. There he is. This footage of the suspect on South Capitol Street shows the person setting down their backpack, which is believed to contain one of the bombs at the time. Crazy. And scan the area standing on tiptoes. The suspect appears to put on a pair of glasses and scan the area standing on tiptoes. Wow. Look at that. I wonder if they ever found the guy who was walking the dog to interview him, who just walked his dog there. Before picking up the backpack, turning around, and heading back the way they came on South Capitol Street. To repeat, the suspect has been arrested. Reportedly, his name is Brian Cole Jr., 30 years old, of Woodbridge, Virginia. Press conference coming up in 47 minutes. Josh Bick says, will the January 6th pardon extend to this person? Well, I understand the question. It's an interesting question. I mean, he did not do this on January 6th. So I don't know if there's some sort of argument for that. I'd have to get the text of the January 6th pardon. I haven't seen any reporting saying that. Yeah, so the pardon, I believe, is for people. It's an interesting question. What is the text of that pardon? I have it right here. Look. Here's the pardon. I commute the sentences of all of the following individuals convicted of offenses related to events that occurred near or at the United States Capitol on January 6th. On January 6th, well, that wouldn't help. A full, complete, and unconditional pardon to all other individuals convicted of offenses related to events. Hey, this is a good question from our viewer. Couldn't the suspect's lawyer say, yes, he did this as part of what happened on January 6th. Therefore, he got a pardon. Well, that's very interesting. Oh, no, convicted. Yeah, convicted of offenses. So maybe you'd have to wait. It doesn't say alleged, it says convicted. So could the lawyer try to argue for the suspect? Look, he did this in relation to January 6th. So if you convict him, as soon as you convict him, he gets the pardon. It doesn't say it has to be on January 6th. It's an interesting strategy. Again, if you read what it says, grant a full, complete, and unconditional pardon to all other individuals convicted of offenses related to events that occurred, related to events, related to. So if the lawyer for the suspect says, yeah, sure, his planting these pipe bombs was related to the events on January 6th. Now, maybe the Justice Department would try to argue, no, this doesn't apply to him. It's not related in the right way. Yeah, guys, I don't know why this is so hard. I mean, people keep saying it says on January 6th. You're just not reading it. For all the people in the chat saying it says January 6th, well, you need to read the whole thing. It says related to. People who are saying it says January 6th, I would check your monitors, because maybe your monitor is broken and it's not actually showing the words related to. It does say related to, so you might want to check your monitor and make sure it's not broken. Hold on. I'm going to post this. I got to post this. I got to post this thing. I think it's very interesting. I think that's a very interesting legal question. Okay, anyways, I'll let you guys argue about the legal. Very good question by the viewer. Very good question by the viewer. Anyways, let's not get caught up in a legal discussion among people who, like me, and I'm guessing most of you, who don't specialize in the law. But that's an interesting question. Anyways, let's go back. What we're doing here is we're covering live. Giving you live coverage of the FBI has arrested a suspect in the the person who allegedly placed pipe bombs outside the DNC and RNC headquarters the night before January 6, 2021. They did not detonate, by the way. They've been looking for this person for 5 years. And his name reportedly is Brian Cole, or Brian Cole Jr., and he's reportedly 30 years old from Woodbridge, Virginia. So what we're doing is in 40 minutes there's going to be a press conference, and we are going to have that live for you. But what we're doing is we're kind of reviewing what actually happened in this incident. Hold on a second here. What is this? We're reviewing what happened in this incident. We're watching this video from the FBI. So let's keep doing that and taking your comments on the air. And we're not that far from the press conference, which we'll have live. Hey, thanks so much, CJ Lars, for your support. And Trouble with the Trees, thanks for being a member. Thanks, Joe9611. Joe says, why wasn't he found years ago? How did they find the guy? What happened to the gate analysis? These are all questions I don't have the answers to, but maybe they'll say some of this stuff in the press conference. Shout out to our moderators, by the way. We have moderating right now. One moment here. We have moderating right now over on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, DeBears, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. On Facebook, Kay Lowry Body and Margaret Riley, thank you. Thanks also Chuck Mosca for subscribing over there. Thanks, Chuck. And Sharon Klaas and Goslin as well. On YouTube, Ruth is moderating. Thanks, Ruth Krafasi is moderating over there. And Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. And also shout out to Meat Missile for the gift sub on Twitch. Thank you. Also Ayoki for subscribing on Twitch. Chi-Town Deek. Chi-Town Deek, thanks for your support. Chi-Town Deek says, why is this 5-year-old zombie story now being solved and in the news? As soon as one anti-GOP story dies, another takes its place? Wow. That's what Chi-Town Deek said. Thanks also Egon Cholakian Wow for subscribing, and the Danity for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks also for your support. CJ Lars, I thank CJ Lars, but thank you again. Okay, so we're watching this FBI video that came out a month ago for some background information on this suspect. But at the time they came out with it, they had not arrested the person yet. So let's watch a little more of this. It talks about him walking. They're going over. You see it says Democratic National Committee. The suspect walks over outside the Democratic National Committee headquarters building. See, you can see the building, and the suspect is outside the building. That's the night before. That's January 5th, 2021, the night before January 6th. Okay. And then there's this video. It says, there he is on the video walking by. Look at the multiple video shots they have of all this video of the guy. Another one. Look at this. Then he sits on a bench. What happened to the captions? Captions should be on. Oh, sorry. Hold on. No captions there. The suspect then walks east on Ivy Street. Okay. They have so much video of him. North on New Jersey Ave South. North, and then pauses near the corner of D Street before retracing their steps back to the DNC bench where the first bomb is placed. Look at this. It's kind of incredible they had so much video of him, and it's taken 5 years to arrest someone. But I mean, I'm sure they've been trying. I think we're going to see him at the bench again. Are we going to see it or not? Let's see. First bomb placed, Democratic National Committee. Look at this. Okay, he's at the bench. He's at the bench before placing the first bomb on two cameras. On two cameras. Might have even looked at one of the cameras there. Again, this is just the security footage of him placing the first bomb, I guess. Let's see. He gets up, he sits down. Bomb placed. Bomb placed at DNC approximately 7:54 p.m. The person walks north on South Capitol Street. Then east on D Street Southeast. South on New Jersey Ave Southeast. Northeast on North Carolina Ave Southeast. When we lose video coverage of the suspect at approximately 8 p.m., okay. 8 minutes later, at or about 8 p.m., we pick the suspect back up on camera heading north on 2nd Street. Walks on west on C Street, enters an alley, Rumsey Court, and there he is again. This footage shows the suspect passed between the RNC and the Capitol Hill Club, holding the backpack out to the side. The person continues between the Republican National Committee and the Capitol Hill Club, then continues north on 1st Street, east on C Street, back into the alley towards Rumsey Court, second bomb placed, alley behind Republican National Committee at around 8:16 p.m. Then last seen approximately 8:18 p.m. wearing the backpack on their shoulders. Now he has the backpack on his shoulders. Look at that. Wow. That is some pictures of the suspect right there. They said, this was a month ago, they said, we still believe there's someone out there who has information they may not have, what they say, may not have given us before. I mean, this video is just from a month ago. We still believe there is someone out there who has information they may not realize was significant till now. So I don't know if this video came out about a month ago. I have no idea if somebody saw this video and then gave a tip. This video is from October 22nd, so about a month and a half ago. Anyways, so You saw it there. I mean, there's lots of video of that person. There's video, there's tons of video. And but they arrested a suspect this morning. The suspect this morning. So I'm going to read some comments from you guys. But we're going to hear from the Department of Justice in 30 minutes. 30 minutes. By the way, FBI says bombs could have killed people, by the way. You can see here. Nobody was hurt before the bombs were rendered safe, but the FBI has said both devices could have been lethal. Thanks, Nick Rose, for your support. Nick says maybe Trump is trying to cover it up. Thank you, Nick, for your support. Thank you also to Ricky Como, our member. Let's see here. The suspect is male, reportedly named Brian Cole or Brian Cole Jr. Mr. Wiggins Bucket thinks the suspect is a female Capitol police officer. Well, there's a man who was arrested this morning. Mr. Bigley Uncredible says, one thing is for sure, he is a psycho, don't matter what side he is on. Yes, Chief Slappa said he placed 2 bombs. I only heard about the DNC. Yes, one outside the DNC, the Democratic National Committee, and one outside the Republican National Committee. Hang on a second here. Uh, 28 minutes until the press conference. Simeon Fronima says, I hope they get the correct person and they go to prison for this. Now, let me just check a couple things here. Give me one moment. Yeah, both headquarters. I'm still not aware of, now maybe I'm wrong, but hold on, let me just see this. I got to clarify what I'm looking at here. I have still not seen any kind of official announcement of this arrest, like on the social media of Kash Patel or Dan Bongino or Pam Bondi or President Trump, but there is, of course, a press conference coming up. Oh, President Trump is going to speak soon, by the way. That's happening too. Not about this, but about this Congo Republic of Rwanda peace deal. These two things could happen at the same time. Well, if they happen at the same time, I'm showing the Department of Justice press conference. Thanks, Kevin Young. Kevin sent me what supposedly is the person's address where they live. That looks like it might be it, but I'm not sure. I don't want to put an address out there unless I know for sure. Hang on a moment. But thanks to Kevin Young for sending that to me. Again, multiple networks were showing helicopter shots of a big law enforcement presence outside the suspect's home in Woodbridge, Virginia today. And looks like a very nice 2-story house with a 2-car garage on a cul-de-sac. It's like a dead end street with a circle, with a round street. The street is like circular at the end of the dead end. So it looked like a lovely house. Looked like if the person owned the house, they certainly would have some significant wealth. But I don't know the whole details. But that's interesting. All right, so we have 24 minutes till the press conference. We're going to be showing that. President Trump might speak before then, but I don't know. When is he going to speak? Let's see his schedule. Trump is supposed to participate in a signing ceremony with the president of the Republic of Rwanda and the president of the Democratic Republic of the Congo that was supposed to start 25 minutes ago. But the White House is not live on their channel yet. So that seems to be delayed. Hey, thanks D. Hayworth, who says Antifa member from Portland. Well, this person is from Virginia who got arrested. But I don't know D. Hayworth background about this person. One report from MS Now today, I think it was MS Now, MS Now reported that the suspect has been linked to statements in support of anarchist ideology. But I don't really know anything else besides that. Thank you so much, D. Hayworth 100. Give me a moment. Let me see if I can find anything new about this suspect as we're waiting for the press conference. We're going to bring it to you live coverage. Oh, by the way, this is from the FBI. Their post about this online from January of this year. They did say, although these pipe bombs did not detonate, the suspect walked along residential and commercial areas in Capitol Hill, just blocks from the U.S. Capitol, with viable pipe bombs that could have seriously injured or killed innocent bystanders. Strong Coffee Please believes the house is owned by his parents. Now, reportedly the guy is 30 years old, which would mean he would have been around 25 or so, roughly 25 years old at the time of this incident. Sherlock Homeboy says, who did they frame to make it look like a liberal did the pipe bomb thing? 21.5 minutes until the press conference. We're going to be bringing it to you live. I was going to check and see if I had updates for you on this. One moment. One moment, please. Washington Post also says the suspect is Brian Cole and resides in Northern Virginia. Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, and U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro of D.C. are expected to speak at today about this. I assume they'll be speaking at the press conference in 20 minutes. Oh, interestingly, the Washington Post says the information that led to the arrest today of the pipe bomb suspect was not new. Investigators recently reviewed materials that had been previously gathered and were able to locate the suspect. That's interesting. Is that true? It was not new information? Interesting. I'm going to read that again. That's an interesting report. So the Washington Post reports that the information leading to the arrest today was not new. According to one of the people familiar with the investigation, investigators recently reviewed materials that had been previously gathered and were able to locate the suspect, the person said. One of our viewers, Dayan Nick Hayton, said they knew the entire time, but unlike the Jan Sixers, this guy gets nothing. That's sus AF. Dayan thinks they knew the entire time. John H. Roberts says, I don't believe anything the FBI says. Hopefully I'll get some video from the room before the start time. That's very possible that I'll have video to show you from the scene, from the press conference room before it starts. That would be nice. As soon as I see anything, I'll let you know. Uh, 17 minutes and 50 seconds until the Department of Justice press conference about the arrest of the January 6 pipe bombs suspect. Wow. What will they say? Austin Batman thinks the conspiracy theory podcasters are sure to make bank off of this. Froggy Feet says it's a shiny object to distract. CDJ says we will have to see if he walks like a woman. See if Reuters has anything more in their article. Hey, Reuters updated their article a short while ago. FBI arrests man of suspected of planting bombs on eve of January 6, 2021 Capitol riot. Oh, there you go. The suspect is Brian Cole Jr. The suspect lives with his parents and works for a bail bond company. Oh. There you go. Interesting. Reuters. January 6 pipe bomb suspect lives with his parents and works for a bail bond company. How about that? Some new information. He's expected to make an initial court appearance in Washington. So again, according to Reuters, the January 6th pipe bomb suspect lives with his parents and works for a bail bond company. You know, we were talking about this, that video showed a big law enforcement presence at the person's house today, and it looks like a very nice house on a cul-de-sac in Woodbridge, Virginia, a 2-story house with a 2-car garage. And I said, well, if he owns the house, that would suggest he has a significant amount of wealth. But maybe it sounds like one of our viewers was saying the parents own the house. That's what it sounds like now. What are bail bonds? A bail bond is if you are arrested and they say, we're going to release you on a certain amount of bail, instead of paying the full bail, you can pay, I want to say like 10% or something to a bail bond company, and they will guarantee that they will pay the full bail if you don't show up in court. But in exchange for this, you need to pay them a commission too. So you pay the bail bond company something so that you don't have to put up the full amount of your bail, as I understand it. As I understand it. Steam Job thinks it's 10% plus collateral. That's my layman's understanding. Okay, anyways, so that's interesting. Now, I wonder, have they ever interviewed his parents? Did his parents even know about this? Were his parents just home today, and then all of a sudden, all this law enforcement shows up? And now their house is on TV and is being gone through by law enforcement. I have no idea. Matthew Felty says the bail bond company holds the risk for the other 90% and charge a fee for that. Police deactivated the bombs and neither exploded. Austin says early morning wake-up call. I mean, again, I don't know that the parents knew anything. Oh, hold on a second. I am Fatness. Thanks so much for your support. I am Fatness. Hang on a moment here. Guys, we have 12 minutes until the press conference about this. So we're going to get more information very soon on this. 12 minutes. Live coverage coming up from the Department of Justice press conference on arresting the suspect in the pipe bombs placed at the Democratic and Republican National Committee headquarters, both headquarters, the night before the January 6th Capitol riot. Thanks so much to Tina Stevens for your support. I really appreciate it, Tina Stevens. I'm hoping to maybe get some video from the press conference room before it even starts, but it has not. I have not seen the video yet. Thanks also to Scoobs4 for becoming a member. Anamal says, I wonder if he built the bombs at home. Elaine Aboard says, I've been arrested. Bail bond is 10% plus collateral and lots of paperwork. I don't know with bail bonds. You give them the 10%. But is that you don't get the 10% back? Is that the idea that do you actually have to, is that what you pay them, or do you get any of that back if you show up? Oh, the payment. So 10% is the fee. That's a non-refundable fee, I guess, right? Yeah, you pay them the 10%. So the idea is if the court sets bail for you to be let out, you can pay the bail bondsman 10%, but you don't get that back. And you give them collateral in case you don't show up. Is that what it is? Yeah. So, I mean, that's a lot. I didn't know if the fee was less than 10%. Okay. CC says they will also do a property lien if you don't pay, they take the property, or if you don't show up. Anyways, not to get into that, I don't want to get into that much detail. But Reuters says he worked for a bail bond company. He works for a bail bond company and lives with his parents. What happened to the original suspect that was female and in the CIA? So I believe at some point, some on social media were claiming somebody else did it. But that person this wasn't a person accused who ended up having a video of her, I think, playing with her pets or something. If I remember that right, I have to look this up. I have to look it up. One of the viewers claims that his father owns the bail bond company. Yeah, so for example, I'm looking at a CBS News article from about 2 weeks ago that said a federal security officer cleared her name by having a video of her playing with her puppies that night. Her name, the article talks about how an innocent woman's name came to be publicly linked to the unexploded pipe bombs. Anyways, that's a bit of a different story. So I'm not going to get into that all right now. But let's see here. All right, so this is supposed to start in 7 minutes. Let me check something here real quick. Hang on 1 second. I actually have 2 different sources for this. Oh, hold on. I can show you this. You know, this is a little strange. Give me 1 moment, guys. Give me 1 moment. Here, let me get this on the screen for you. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Hang on. I'm getting something on the screen for you right now. Right now. Look at this. Look what I have. Look what I have. I have 2 different feeds. Here's one feed I have. If I get the other one sooner, I'll put that up on the screen. Look, press conference. Should be live. It is live. Press conference 1 p.m. Eastern time, it says. See? Attorney General Bondi and FBI Director Patel to make significant law enforcement announcement. Yeah, I was hoping for the mic check too, but I don't yet have that feed. Hold on. Hang on a moment. I think I'm about to get the other feed. I think I'm about to get the other feed. So I'm waiting. I'm hoping the Reuters camera shows up. We'll see if it starts on time. And we are also going to take your comments about this, of course. That guy says Trump pardoned 100% of the other January 6th seditious traitors. What will he do with this guy? Well, as we mentioned earlier, President Trump issued a blanket pardon. And the pardon pardons any individual convicted of offenses related to the events that occurred at or near the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. I don't know if the legal representative, the lawyer or lawyers for this suspect could argue that this was related to the events of January 6th at the Capitol. And if so, if that person is convicted, could they then say the pardon applies to me? I have no idea. Then maybe there'll be a legal fight over that. Bot Zero Net says 5 years of nothing. Then when just when Massey and others point to Puppy Girl, they suddenly have a suspect. What a coincidence. Ian Lester says, why is the FBI competing with Trump's peace signing? Trump was supposed to do a peace signing appearance at 12:10 p.m. and it hasn't started yet. So, and President Trump is right now heading over to this event. So it looks like President Trump's going to be speaking at the same time at the press conference. But I mean, the President Trump event was supposed to start at 12:10. I don't know if one's going to wait for the other or not. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. Give me 1 second here. I hope they don't. Yeah, the White House is now live on their channel. This is like bad timing. I don't know. Maybe they'll just do one and then the other. So again, President Trump is supposed to do an appearance, and yet that's supposed to be momentarily. But this thing is supposed to start in a minute. Maybe we'll get to watch both of them. Your guess is as good as mine whether they'll coordinate and have one before the other. But the thing is, I mean, the Trump event is not going to be a 5-minute event. So if the Department of Justice waits for the Trump event to happen, this thing's going to be a lot later than 1 p.m. I would assume the Justice Department event will be shorter than the Trump event. But I might be wrong. In 40 seconds, I'm going to get rid of that clock there. The countdown clock. Uh-oh. Let's see. Oh, hold on a second. No, we're fine. We're fine, I think. I thought that the Trump event was starting, but it doesn't seem to be starting yet. Okay, I am now hiding the clock because the clock hit 0, and that's not helpful. So it's 1 o'clock Eastern time right now. We're waiting for this press conference. I am looking at 2 different feeds of it, and it's not on either of the feeds. President Trump is also supposed to do a signing ceremony shortly with the presidents of Rwanda and Congo. So we're waiting for all of these things. Your guess is as good as mine how this is all going to happen. This is live, by the way. It's this weird thing where this feed is live. See how it's red there? When I move my cursor, it gets everything disappears, but it is live. And I'm looking at another feed of it that's also live. But it has not started yet. I can tell you that. All right, let's see here. I'm just looking for any updates here as we wait for this to start. Austin says, which one will start first? Maybe what I'll do is I'll put the other one on the screen too. Wait, what? Hold on. This is what I'll do. Watch what I do. Watch what I do here. Okay, so if I move this one up. Well, I don't want to do that. Okay, so I'm gonna do this here. Hold on. You can actually see. See, there's the second one. There's the second event. Up there. Which will start first? I mean, at this point, it's kind of weird if they're doing it at the same time. Mr. Cheese says nearly time. Yeah, both of these were supposed to have started already. Ryan says, why are they always late? Rexier Rabbit says there's no way Trump is going to allow the DOJ to talk at the same time he is talking. Kitsake thinks they want people to only hear one or another. Something fishy might be about to happen. Bubba Sizemore says these things always start late. Hold on. So I'm just waiting. I don't want to miss the start of any of these. It's a confusing situation, guys. What's happening? What's going on with these dueling events? Breaking update from the USGS. I missed this before. I missed this before from the USGS. They said, so there was a report, they had posted that there was a 5.9 earthquake near Carson City, Nevada, but look what they posted. I missed this. Sorry, some of you might have sent this to me. I missed this before. Shake Alert confirms that the earthquake alerts that were delivered at 8:06 a.m. are canceled. There was no 5.9 earthquake near Carson City, Nevada. We are currently looking into why the alerts were issued. We'll provide more information when we learn more. Sorry, I didn't realize until now that was posted. JB thinks someone bumped into the machine. SDF says someone tripped the seismograph. So again, guys, it's 1:06 p.m. Eastern Time. The Department of Justice press conference on the pipe bomb suspect arrest was supposed to start at 1, but it has not. Also, President Trump's event, his signing ceremony with the presidents of Rwanda and Congo, was supposed to start about an hour ago, and that has not started. How are they going to handle the timing on these two things? I have no idea. I just don't know. So we're waiting for these things to start. And either could start at any moment. As I have said multiple times before, the suspect's name is reportedly Brian Cole or Brian Cole Jr. from Woodbridge, Virginia. Amra now says they always make us wait for the gravy. Brian Cole Jr. We are waiting. Both events are late. One of our viewers claims that the picture of him was released on Fox. I didn't see that, but maybe I just missed it. I haven't seen it. I mean, maybe somebody will. Again, I didn't see it on Fox, so. All right, I'm looking for updates here. I am looking for updates. Guys, we continue to wait here. We continue to wait for the press conference that is now about 10 minutes late and the President Trump appearance that's about an hour late. Now, Fox News says the Trump peace deal signing is coming soon. Are we going to have to wait for the Trump peace deal signing to be over for the DOJ? Maybe they're talking to each other right now. Maybe the White House is talking to the DOJ and trying to figure out the timing right now. Just Rhonda says, I think it's entirely possible there could be some scrambling to reschedule the 2 speaking events. I don't know why the DOJ scheduled their press conference for 1, because the Trump signing as of last night was supposed to be 12:10 p.m. And it's very common for Trump events to start late. So, like, if you were trying to avoid conflicting with the Trump event, you would not schedule your press conference at 1 p.m. That'd be like the exact wrong time to schedule it. All right, so now the White House is live now. All right, the White House is, you can see we're live from this event. So I'm going to probably just show Trump in a second when he comes out, and I'll put something on the screen that says we're waiting for Department of Justice press conference. What can I do? Here, I think President Trump is coming out. All right, President Trump's coming out now. Let me make that full screen. Hang on, guys. All right, we're going to watch President Trump, and I will put something up that we're waiting for the press conference. Are they playing Hail to the Chief or something? Let's see. Hold on. How's the music system? Here.
Well, thank you very much. Wow. This is a nice building, I have to tell you. So this is a special occasion for a lot of reasons, but number one is it's our first occasion in this building using it for peace. And it's all about peace, and it's a great honor. And Marco, you've done a fantastic job in getting it ready, but it's a spectacular building, and we all appreciate it. And very importantly, we're settling a war that's been going on for decades with millions and millions of people killed. And these 2 gentlemen spent a lot of time backstage talking to each other, and over at the Oval Office. We were at the Oval Office together. It was beautiful. And I think it's just a very important day. And we have other leaders from other countries. And you said such beautiful things. I'd love to have you come up. We'll finish up, and then I'd love to have you come up, and if you could issue the words that you just issued backstage. It usually doesn't work, you know. It usually never happens. They said, oh, they said it much better before, but you will probably do better up here. But I'd love to have you say how you felt, because it is an amazing day. Great day for Africa, great day for the world, and for these 2 countries. And they have so much to be proud of. And I want to thank the leaders. I want to thank you very much. It means maybe more because we are here together for the first time ever in this building. Brand new, beautiful building. I don't want to tell you how much it costs, because I hear it's a lot. Okay, they don't build inexpensively here, but I just want to thank you very much. So please sit down, everybody. I want to thank everybody for being here. It's a momentous occasion. It's truly incredible setting. It's very few places I've seen like this. In this holy season, we prepare to celebrate the birth of the Prince of Peace. We have come to the U.S. Institute of Peace to sign a historic agreement that will end one of the longest-running conflicts anywhere in the world, with far more than 10 million people killed. Today, we commit to stopping decades of violence and bloodshed and to begin a new era of harmony and cooperation between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda. I want to thank the 2 courageous leaders. They are courageous leaders. They really are courageous leaders, great people. President Tshisekedi of the Democratic Republic of the Congo and President Kagame of Rwanda. They are amazing people, and they had stories to tell me that were incredible. Really fascinating in so many different ways. Sad and beautiful, both sad and beautiful, and today makes them beautiful. I've just held really fantastic meetings with both men and representatives of other countries where we discussed the importance of upholding this new agreement. Very detailed, powerful agreement. I also want to thank several foreign guests and dignitaries in attendance to celebrate this magnificent event, including the President of Angola. Please, would you stand? And so great to see you. Thank you. The President of Burundi, thank you very much. Great to see you again. The President of Kenya. We have the Olympics here. You know, they do very well in the Olympics, those runners. I don't know what the heck you do with those runners, but they are very good. I've been watching them for a long time. So we have the Olympics coming to the United States. You know that. Thank you very much. And you'll come as our guest. Thank you. And the President of the Council of Ministers of Togo. Thank you. Thank you very much. The Vice President of Uganda. Thank you. It's such a beautiful color. All these guys are wearing these dark suits. You just stand out for a lot of reasons. You're beautiful. The Foreign Ministers of Qatar. Thank you. Thank you very much. Say hello to my friend, a great man. And the United Arab Emirates. Thank you. Thank you. My regards, right? And the chairman of the African Union Commission, who's done a fantastic job, and thank you for all your help. We appreciate all your help. Special group of people. A very special thanks as well to Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Marco, please stand. Thank you. And thank you for putting a certain name in that building. I said, boy, that is beautiful. That blew up last night. They said, that's a great honor. It really is. On this building, it's a great honor. Thank you very much. I assume you had a lot to do with that. Just a little bit, yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. And Senior Advisor for Africa, Masad Boulos, who's been fantastic. Thank you, Masad. All of these people, every one of them were indispensable in forging this agreement. Let me also recognize Senators Mike Rounds and Lindsey Graham. Lindsey, thank you. Mike, wherever you may be. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Representatives Ronnie Jackson. Where's Ronnie? Ronnie is that great guy. He won his race in Texas by 48 points, right? So I don't have to ask if he's in any, I don't even have to endorse him anymore. It doesn't matter. Save the paper, right? Great job. Chris Smith. Chris? Thank you, Chris. Great. Good job. Trent Kelly. Trent? Thank you very much. Thank you. And the acting president of the Institute for Peace, Darren Beatty. Thank you, Darren, very much. Thank you very much, Darren. For more than 30 years, one of the worst conflicts on earth has been raging in eastern Congo. Millions and millions of people have been tragically killed, went on forever, and countless more have been displaced from their homes. Families have been destroyed. It's been a disaster. Many administrations have tried, but probably not too hard, knowing who preceded me. But they tried. It says they've tried. But we tried harder to end this conflict. But they've accomplished, obviously, they accomplished very little because the killing went on at levels that just got worse and worse. And today we're succeeding where so many others have failed. And this has become the 8th war that we've ended in less than 1 year. Such an exciting thing to do. This has been really, because we're talking about 30 years of fighting, 30 years, much more than 10 million lives. Last June, thanks to the efforts of Secretary Rubio and Mr. Boulos, Rwanda and the DRC reached a landmark agreement to move toward peace. They started the process. I met with some of their great representatives who are here also. And we started a great process. The compact we're signing today, which will be known as the Washington Accords, everybody sort of liked that name, formalizes the terms agreed to in June, including a permanent ceasefire, the disarmament of non-state forces, provisions for refugees to return to their homes, and justice and accountability for those who have committed illegal atrocities. Very importantly, this agreement also creates a new framework for economic prosperity. There's tremendous wealth in that beautiful earth. It's beautiful earth, but it was stained badly with blood, tremendous amounts of blood. but in the region that will support a lasting peace. And the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda have agreed to more closely integrate their economies with each other rather than fighting, and they'll be doing that. And these two gentlemen are very smart, and I think they liked each other a lot. I spent time with them. I think they liked some people may be surprised. I really do. I think they've spent a lot of time killing each other, and now they're going to spend a lot of time hugging, holding hands, and taking advantage of the United States of America economically like every other country does. So they're going to do very well, but they do have some very valuable things. They're going to have a lot of money and a lot of success, and I think they're going to get along really well, so I hope so. Thank you very much. Look at them. Look at the way they love each other. Thank you. So I have a lot of confidence in both leaders. We'll keep these commitments. I know they're going to keep them and follow through on the agreement and create a much brighter future for the people of their countries. And they're heroes within their countries because of today. This is a big story. And so much is being written and said. All of the newscasts have it at the top of the list. And they are heroes, and we want to keep it that way. Today, the United States is also signing our own bilateral agreements with the Congo and Rwanda that will unlock new opportunities for the United States to access critical minerals and provide economic benefits for everybody. And we'll be involved with sending some of our biggest and greatest companies over to the two countries. And we're going to take out some of the rare earth and take out some of the assets and pay, and everybody's going to make a lot of money. These are just two of the many new agreements related to mineral supplies that my administration has achieved this year, including with Australia, Japan, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, South Korea, and many other countries. With all of these agreements, we're forging new economic security partnerships that protect the interests of America and our friends and partners, and a core feature of my administration's national security strategy, a big part of which is the tariffs. We're taking in trillions of dollars in tariffs. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, and it's given us really great national security. We'll be paying down debt. We'll be making distributions to people, and we're really doing a job. It's amazing. I was with a gentleman, the future king of Saudi Arabia, and you've heard me say this a couple of times, but 2 months ago when I was over there, he said, and actually Qatar is represented today, and UAE is represented, and your leader said the exact same thing, different words, but the exact same thing, that 1 year ago they thought our country was dead, and now our country is the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We have over $18 trillion, that's just in 10 months, pledged or being invested or pledged to be invested in the United States. Think of that, 18 trillion. The highest amount we've ever had is 1.5. Under the Biden administration, they did much less than 1 in 4 years. Think of that. So they did less than 1 trillion in 4 years. We have 18 trillion in 10 months. It's going to be much more than that, too. No other country in history has ever been close, no matter what country you pick. So I want to thank you again, everybody, for your great vision, and I want to thank the people, especially the people that we named. Some of the others that unfortunately we didn't name, we just couldn't do that. But for your vision and for your courage, because it's made it possible to begin healing old wounds and transcending past differences and creating a future where every child of God can live in dignity, prosperity, and peace. And these are two very good men, and they're two potentially very strong countries. I'd like to now invite President Kagame to come up and say a few words. It's Rwanda. And then, if I may, President of DRC, who really is doing a great job. These are two men that are doing a great job. And again, they are so respected because of what they're doing today and the mission. that they've really, I think, accomplished. And we'll see how it all works out, but I think it's going to work out really great. They want to get on to other ways of living for their people, and they're great leaders. Thank you very much. Please, Mr. President.
All right, let me cut in here. So again, what it looks like happened is that the DOJ scheduled a press conference for 1 p.m., which was not a good time to schedule this press conference because this event was happening. This event was scheduled for 12:10 p.m. And, you know, Trump events can start late. So unsurprisingly, this event started right around the time when the DOJ press conference was supposed to be. And it really looks like what happened is they just said to the DOJ, wait until after the Trump event. So my guess is that after this event is over, right after it's over, my guess is that that is when the DOJ press conference is going to happen. That would be I would be shocked at this point if anything else besides that happened. So we'll watch this event and we'll see if President Trump says anything else. He might take questions. You never know. But if you're just joining us, all kinds of different news outlets have reported that the FBI has arrested a suspect, Brian Cole Jr., 30 years old, of Virginia. In the suspect who is alleged to have placed pipe bombs at the Democratic National Headquarters and Republican National Headquarters the night before the January 6th protest and riot in 2021. So we're going to be covering, there's a press conference coming up. It was supposed to start at 1 Eastern time. My guess is that it'll start right after this event. That would be my guess. And so we're going to keep this, we're going to stay live. And as soon as that starts, if it starts before the end of it, I'll show it to you. But at this point, I'll be pretty shocked if it starts before this ends. But I don't know that there's that much longer in this because President Trump already spoke. So we're going to keep the coverage going. And again, I believe right after this event is when the DOJ press conference is on the air. But I will keep an eye on it. And if I see it starting before this ends, I will cut in with it. Okay? All right. So let's turn the volume back up here. And we're waiting. We'll watch some of this and we'll wait for the press conference in the Department of Justice to start.
Taking sides. He orients us toward the future, not the past, emphasizing that the dividend of peace is prosperity and investment, including from the United States. More importantly, President Trump's approach is pragmatic. The process has not become an end in itself. All of these elements filter down to his dedicated team, and here I want to single out Secretary Rubio and Masad Boulos for special appreciation. We would not be here today without their efforts. And as a result, we have the clearest and most viable path forward that we have ever had. These accords provide everything needed to end this conflict once and for all. If this agreement falters and things do not work out as they are supposed to, the responsibility will not lie with President Trump, but with ourselves. It's up to us in Africa, working with our partners to consolidate and expand this peace. There will be ups and downs on the road ahead. There is no doubt about it. Rwanda, I know, will not be found wanting. I can assure you of that. Our only objective is and has always been for our country to be safe and secure after having endured so much tragedy. We now only want to look forward in confident expectation of a prosperous and stable future. Mr. President, Excellencies, I thank you for your kind attention.
Mr. the President of the United States, Donald Trump, ladies and gentlemen, dear members of the delegations, distinguished guests, as we have just placed our signatures at the bottom of the joint declaration enshrining the Washington agreements for peace and prosperity, I do feel, on behalf of the people of Congo, a deep gratitude and clear hope. First of all, I would like to express quite solemnly our deep thanks to the President of the United States of America, Mr. Donald Trump. I would like to thank his administration and also wish to thank the American people for the critical role that they played for the rapprochement, the closening between the Democratic Republic of Congo and the Republic of Rwanda. To these thanks, I also bring in all of our regional partners and our international partners who, thanks to their commitment and engagement, have consistently made this critical moment possible in the road to peace. First and foremost, we have Sheikh Yanim bin Ahmad Adani. We have President João Manuel Lourenço Gonçalves, who is the President of Angola and the acting President of the African Union. And we also have the former President of the Republic of Kenya, my brother, Uhuru Kenyatta, who I can see here in the room. These two great Africans who are at the beginning, who started the Rwanda and the Nairobi processes. And beyond them, I wish to thank also all of the African leaders who contributed to help us in this struggle. And I do hope that we have, yes, reached the end. The Washington agreements are not yet another document. These represent a turning point. They bring together under a coherent architecture a declaration of principles of a peace agreement and also the regional economic integration framework to provide to the peoples of the region a new perspective, a new outlook, namely to finally overcome the cycle of violence, of forced displacements, of mistrust, defiance, in order to begin a new era of friendship, cooperation, and prosperity all shared together. For those involved, the Democratic Republic of Congo takes this solemn commitment to implement with complete sincerity all of our obligations that stem from this agreement. We will do this with seriousness, with rigorousness, and also the constant care for peace and the security of our populations, for the unity and the integrity of our territory. We do hope that thanks with the same seriousness that the Republic of Rwanda will also respect fully the letter and the spirit of the commitments made here in Washington. We are reaching out for a peaceful cooperation based on mutual respect, non-interference, and the joint struggle against the armed groups, the end of all support to negative forces, and the beginning of fair prosperity on behalf of our two populations. I do believe this day is the beginning of a new path. A demanding path, yes, indeed, quite difficult, but this is a path where peace will not just be a wish, an aspiration, but a turning point. The Democratic Republic of Congo will fully play its part with dignity, with consciousness and consistency, and with the support of our partners. We will remain watchful, vigilant, but not pessimistic. We'll be clear-eyed, but resolutely optimistic. These Washington agreements for peace and prosperity must be for our peoples a symbol of an irreversible commitment to turn the page of confrontations and to open a new era of cooperation and sustainable peace throughout the region. Thank you.
So, if I might, my four new friends, a couple of cases not that new. Could you come up, please? Do you mind? Please.
Hold on, the other thing is starting. The other thing is starting.
Good afternoon.
The other thing is starting.
As
Wait.
you all know now, early this morning, Brian Cole Jr. was arrested and charged with placing the pipe bombs at the RNC and the DNC on January 5th, 2021. He has been charged with violating 18 U.S.C. 844, which is use of an explosive device. This investigation is ongoing. As we speak, search warrants are being executed, and there could be more charges to come. I'm going to let our U.S. Attorney discuss that shortly. This was the work of multiple agencies working together. This morning's operation was carried out safely and successfully. We know that there are so many issues when you're issuing search warrants. Dangerous things can happen, and this was carried out safely and securely thanks to all of the people standing around me. They have worked tirelessly on this. Today's arrest happened because the Trump administration has made this case a priority. The total lack of movement on this case in our nation's capital undermined the public trust of our enforcement agencies. This cold case languished for 4 years until Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino came to the FBI. The FBI, along with U.S. Attorney Pirro and all of our prosecutors, have worked tirelessly for months, sifting through evidence that had been sitting at the FBI with the Biden administration for 4 long years. There was no new witness, just good, diligent police work and prosecutorial work, working as a team along with ATF, Capitol Police, Metropolitan Police Department, and of course, the FBI. We are working every day to restore the public's trust. We hope that today is a significant step towards that progress. We'll share more information when we can and when it unfolds. I cannot stress enough how hard Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino have worked for months to make our nation's capital safer and to make our country safer. I'd like to introduce now Director Patel.
Thank you, General. When you attack American citizens, when you attack our institutions of legislation, when you attack our nation's capital, you attack the very being of our way of life. And this FBI and this Department of Justice stand here to tell you that we will always refute it and combat it. We will provide the safest country the nation has ever seen under President Trump's leadership here. And that's what we did here today with great resolve on a case of massive public importance, as it should be. An individual who is now alleged to have placed multiple explosive devices to blow up multiple people and multiple officials, innocent civilians, is now arrested thanks to the brave men and women of the FBI and the interagency. I want to take a moment to thank the Metropolitan Police Department, the United States Capitol Police, our brave prosecutors, the Department of Justice, and our leader, Attorney General Pam Bondi, and U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, whose relentless work on this case made this possible. As the Attorney General said, we did not discover any new information. What we did, an investigation spearheaded by the Deputy Director and the ADIC of our Washington field office, brought in a new team of investigators and experts, re-examined every piece of evidence, sifted through all the data, something that the prior administration refused and failed to do. As a result of that, we generated numerous investigative leads, executed multiple legal process with our U.S. attorney partners, and came to this conclusion today. And that is why we were able to safely secure this individual into custody. Remember, we are dealing with an individual who is alleged to have made bombs. We cannot do this sort of takedown in haste because it endangers the lives of law enforcement. And this FBI will never allow the lives of law enforcement and our prosecutors to be put in jeopardy. This execution was flawless in terms of teamwork, resilience, and just a good old-fashioned way of police getting the job done. When you let good cops be cops, this is what happens. I'm eternally grateful to the team behind me, to the leadership at the FBI who made this possible. But I do want to highlight, when I introduced the deputy, he made this case and so many others, including Summer Heat, his priority to come in here and solve it for the American people. And today, I'm proud to stand here before you and say, we solved it. He will have his day in court. The American public and the world will learn even more information through the legal process, as we have committed under this Attorney General. We are the most transparent law enforcement operation in U.S. history, but we are also going to make sure accountability is delivered to its fullest extent, and that happens in the courts of law with our U.S. attorneys and our prosecutors. So we will divulge information when it is prudent and constitutionally permissible, while upholding the safeguards of this case to make sure that the people that this individual intended to victimize get the accountability they deserve, and most importantly, to deliver on President Trump's promise to secure our nation's capital and the rest of the cities in this country, to make sure that Americans are allowed to go out free and securely in their neighborhoods, and that people around the world are allowed to visit our nation's capital, and they now have that trust thanks to the leadership of the FBI, the Washington field office, and I'm honored now to introduce to you Deputy Director Bongino, who spearheaded this investigation.
Thank you all for being here for this critical investigation we've been working on for a very long time. We deeply appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words, Attorney General and Director. I appreciate it. Folks, this is what it's like when you work for a president who tells you to go get the bad guys and stop focusing on other extraneous things not related to law enforcement. This is what happens. We had a great team. I know it's said a lot in this business. It was a team effort. It becomes cliche, but cliches are useful for a reason because they matter. And this was a team effort. The director and the attorney general emphasized that it was not a new public tip this came from. This was our internal work at the FBI. And I want to just really express my sincere gratitude to this attorney general and this president for allowing us the latitude. I spoke with Ms. Bondi very early when we, maybe day 2. And I said, we're going to get this guy. And she said, yes, you are. And we did. I want to also thank, he's not here, but Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who we deal with often as well, who could not have been more supportive. Whatever process we need, Judge Janine, Todd, and Attorney General Bondi, they were there. All you had to do, they were a phone call away. And their team was amazing. We actually never had to make that phone call because they were always responsive. And thank you, Judge, as well. You were amazing. Folks, you're not going to walk into our capital city, put down 2 explosive devices, and walk off in the sunset. Not going to happen. We were going to track this person to the end of the earth. There was no way he was getting away. Well, we didn't have to track him to the end of the earth. It wound up in Woodbridge, Virginia. I want to thank the team. They were amazing. They never let this go. Again, Attorney General Bondi, for your incredible support. Director Patel, Judge, I know they're giving me a lot of unnecessary credit, but make no mistake, they were intimately involved in this and were there for all of those supportive mechanisms, and I deeply appreciate it. The man whose team did the work is the Assistant Director in charge of our Washington field office, Darren Cox. Darren's got some comments, and Darren has some more details on the case he can provide. So thank you all for coming. We appreciate it.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Darren Cox. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of the Washington field office. Today's arrest of the alleged D.C. pipe bomber is a momentous day for the American public, for the FBI, for our Joint Terrorism Task Force, or the JTTF, and our partners, the U.S. Capitol Police, Metropolitan Police Department, and ATF. We've also had a large number of other federal, state, and local departments that have worked on this investigation. And last but not least, the U.S. Attorney's Office. We all worked hand in hand to solve this investigation. This has been a long week in D.C. After the terrorist attack last week, the grit and determination of the FBI and our law enforcement partners is an example to the American public of what cooperation, partnership, and selfless service can accomplish. The amount of effort the FBI and our partners devoted to identifying the pipe bomber cannot be overstated. It is the resolve and determination of our investigators that ultimately led to the identification and the arrest of this suspect. We all know pipe bombs are dangerous, not because of the potential loss of life, damage to property, or injury that they can cause, but also because they are tools that terrorize our community. Fortunately, these bombs did not explode, although they certainly could have. But make no mistake, the alleged pipe bomber did terrorize our community. Today's actions underscore the long memory and the long reach of the FBI and our partners. I know some people had given up on finding the perpetrator, but not the FBI and not our partners. We do not forget, we do not give up, and we do not relent. Though it had been nearly 5 years, our team continued to churn through massive amounts of data and tips that we used to identify this suspect. I want to thank Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino for their leadership and for providing us the resources and the personnel to reevaluate all of the data that we had. We dove into more than 3 million lines of data to come up with this suspect. Director Patel, Deputy Director Bongino, thank you for your support, thank you for your passion, and thank you for your investment in this investigation. From me, on behalf of the investigators, the Washington field office, and all of our partners, thank you. I'd also like to thank Judge Pirro. Judge, your team and you are absolutely amazing. You're the type of prosecutors and U.S. attorney, that all of the investigators across the country want to work with. They're hard-nosed and they're aggressive, and thank you for that. I'd also like to thank the American public. The American public for providing tips and leads not just on this case, but every day on cases across the country that are being solved by law enforcement. And finally, I want to commend all of the members of the Washington Field Office, and most specifically, the investigative team. Their diligence and persistence led to this arrest today, and they are absolutely, totally dedicated not only to this case, but every case they work. So thank you, Washington Field Office. Last, I will say our work is not done. The FBI will continue to pursue every lead and use every resource that we have to ensure that the DC pipe bomber is brought to justice. Thank you.
You keep hearing the words partnership and team, and that's what we are. And we could not do this without our U.S. Attorney, Jeanine Pirro. Jeanine, from day one, has worked tirelessly for our country and for our nation's capital. It's my honor to introduce my friend, U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro.
Thank you very much, Attorney General. And you have been listening to a lot of thank yous and a lot of gratitude. The reason that we're thanking each other to the extent that we are today is because we have seen in this case an incredible collaboration around the clock, in the middle of the night. It doesn't matter. We call each other, we make contact, they need a warrant, they need something, someone wants legal advice. These are the men and women who never give it up. You hear about government employees, but I don't know if you really realize what it is that they do. They are incredible, and this case is big. 4 years, 10 months, and 28 days ago, an individual placed a bomb in the vicinity of both the RNC and the DNC. And for that amount of time, that individual evaded accountability. Today, as a result of the cumulative efforts of the men and women in the FBI and the police department and the Department of Justice, we are finally able to make an arrest of an individual by the name of Brian Cole. As the Attorney General has indicated, he is arrested for transporting an explosive device in interstate commerce, as well as the attempted malicious destruction by means of explosive materials. You know, folks, this case involved millions of pieces of data. And it is a huge win because it was like finding a needle in a haystack. So much of this evidence was very specific, but a lot of it was also very general. For example, there were 233,000 black end caps of the type that were used in this case. I want you to think about the fact that the FBI had to go through the sale of every one of them to try to find commonality with an individual, along with the purchase of the pipe itself, the cap ends, the wires, the steel, and the 9-volt batteries. Every one of those had to be mined and remined to the point where we were able to then connect. And make no mistake, it was this administration, it was this president who made the decision that we were going to use all of our efforts to get it done, and get it done they did. Finally, let me say this. Today begins the formal process of accountability, where this defendant will begin his journey through the criminal justice system. And I pledge to you that the United States Attorney's Office will take this case across the finish line. Again, thank you to the incredible work of the FBI, to the Attorney General, and to our local partners as well. This is a job that I think was well done.
Thank you. President Trump's directive to all of us was to not only make America safe again, but D.C., and to make it safe and beautiful. We could not have done that without our partnership with Mayor Bowser and Chief Smith. It is my honor to introduce Metropolitan Police Department Chief Smith.
Good afternoon, and thank you, everyone. I am Chief Pamela Smith, Chief of Police of the Metropolitan Police Department. Thank you, Attorney General Bondi, U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, and FBI Director Patel for having me here today. For nearly 5 years, the agencies standing here today have worked together under the leadership of the FBI to locate our suspect who is responsible for the 2 pipe bombs that were placed around our city. MPD members assigned to the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force have supported this case from the beginning. That supports include looking, reviewing, and going through countless, probably thousands of hours of CCTV footage from around the DNC and RNC headquarters, and they followed up on hundreds and thousands of leads from members of our communities. What I will say today is that Washingtonians can rest easier today knowing that the suspect responsible for this act is now in custody. This morning's arrest is yet another reminder that committing any act with the intention of harming the residents and visitors of the District of Columbia will result in your arrest. The men and women of the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, the ATF, the U.S. Capitol Police, and certainly the prosecutors at our U.S. Attorney's Office will go to the furthest length. I heard somebody say to the end of the earth, but thank God we didn't have to go to the end of the earth today, that we were able to bring this subject into custody. I want to commend the men and women of the FBI and the members of the Metropolitan Police Department and all of the agencies who are standing behind me today on a job well done. I will turn it over now to Attorney General Bondi.
We're going to take some questions. Just remember, as I said in the beginning, this is ongoing. It's very active. The search warrants are still being executed. Many charges potentially to come. So just keep that in mind when asking your questions.
Jake, Fox News. So you said it had been nearly 5 years, we all know that, and that you said there have been no new evidence. So can you say anything about the evidence that actually did lead to this arrest? And then secondarily, you're talking about additional charges possibly. Can you say what those you might be considering, or terrorism charges, or what?
We can't discuss new charges, of course, yet, ongoing. But what I will say is this is why this was so incredibly important, more than any other case, is this is in our nation's capital where this happened. And now, thanks to the FBI, we know that this defendant was living just miles away from here in Virginia. So as to the evidence in the case, I'm going to let Director Patel take that, but it's still very active and very ongoing.
Thank you, General. And as I stated earlier, and as the General has already reiterated, our job is to provide full accountability in the court of law with Judge Pirro's team. And in order to do that, we have to preserve the chain of custody and evidentiary value. What I will say generally is that when you go through 3 million lines of information, y'all can think about the amount of cell phone data that has to be ingested and triangulated and dumped and received. You also have to think of just sheer human ingenuity. We brought in a team of experts who were the best at what they do in their specific fields to reevaluate that evidence, to dive back in, and to not come back with a no for an answer until they had found the suspect. And when you develop evidence, you get a search warrant. And when you get a search warrant, you get an address. And when you get an address, you hit the house. And that's what we did.
Sadie, Wall Street Journal.
Hi there. So what can you tell us about this person's motivations and whether they were driven by politics or for any other reason why?
Right now it's ongoing. Again, we just executed the search warrant early this morning. It's ongoing. But America's safer, DC's safer because he's in custody.
Mary Margaret, Daily Wire.
Thank you so much. So any theory on why Kamala Harris has never mentioned coming within 20 feet of being assassinated, and any news on why her Secret Service team took so long to find this bomb at the DNC?
No, but what I will tell you is that evidence has been sitting there collecting dust. This wasn't a new tip. It wasn't some new evidence. It was the hard work of President Trump's administration, Deputy Director Bongino and Director Patel. I watched them from day one come in here and say, we are going to solve this crime. And they did, working hand in hand with U.S. Attorney Pirro and all of our great attorneys.
Pierre, ABC.
General Bondi, Director Patel, or Deputy Director Bongino, can you describe, was there a particular moment where the evidence is coming in and it's starting to look like progress is being made. What was the moment that you knew that you were on the road to solving the case?
Dan, you want to take that?
Yeah, sure. I was smiling at you because I certainly remember the moment. Darren remembers it too. He said, "Are you sitting down?" Called me on the phone. I said, "Oh boy, why? Is this bad news?" And he said, "I think we got him." What exactly that tip was, we're going to have to pass on that for right now while we're still, obviously we're in the prologue of a long book. This is just the beginning. This is not the end of the investigation, as you all well know, having reported on these for a long time. There's interviews to be conducted. The search warrant processing scene is not even done. So we're at the early stages, so that's the only reason I hesitate to tell you what the exact tip was. But yes, that was absolutely the moment, and it was due to the diligent and incredible work of a team in the Washington field office that came in and just scoured through this over and over and over and over again.
In general, was it forensic? Was it a phone call? Was it something about a vehicle?
We'll just leave it generally, forensic evidence. Yeah, it's fair enough to say. Excuse me?
How long ago that was?
I'd rather not say because of the ongoing interview process, and I don't want to.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah,
about that? I just want to add something to tell you how thorough this team was. That moment that was kind of like the aha moment, that wasn't the end. This team continued to work and work and work to get every bit of evidence that we could get. We didn't stop at that moment, and that's a testament to the fact that the team wanted every possible piece of evidence that they could gather.
One more? One more, Kelly O'Donnell and Lisa.
Thank you so much. Have you recovered the notable sneakers? Have you done surveillance of this suspect from that aha moment to when you exercised the search warrants today? And obviously this happened on January 5th into January 6th. How should the public look at this case separate from all of the cases related to what transpired on January 6th and the president's subsequent pardons?
I'm going to let Director Patel take the evidence part. We have to be careful again. You've asked very good investigative questions, but this is ongoing, very active. But America should feel safer today. We say a pipe bomb. These are bombs. These were live, active bombs that were placed in Washington, D.C. Director.
Thank you. This shows you how much detail you and the American public have paid attention to this case. Of course, we analyzed everything that you're seeing on this poster board and information that you will see through the formal charging process and court process. But we want to let that evidence speak for itself because, again, we do not want to disrupt the accountability that we owe the American public. Yes, you heard about the cell phone tower data. Yes, you heard about, of course, we surveil individuals who we think we're going to blow up American citizens. But how and when we do it and why we do it is not something we're ever going to reveal unless the Department of Justice deems it fit at trial. So we appreciate your attention to detail and your hardcore investigative work, but you can just imagine some of those same skills were being utilized by this FBI, this Department of Justice, our partners, the ATF, and everybody across the board. And this is an interagency win for the American people.
Radar before.
Thank you all. And one more thing, this is the best birthday present I think Deputy Director Bongino could ask for today. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Okay, so I kind of would like to play the start of that again, but I don't think we really got much detail about the case. They did confirm that the suspect's name is Brian Cole Jr. And so repeatedly, sorry, let me get rid of this clock. Repeatedly, the Attorney General said there was no new information that this was based on, or no new evidence, and no new tip, I think she said. But then Dan Bongino, the Deputy Director, twice said there was a tip. So I guess, I mean, those could both be true. It could be an old tip. But Dan Bongino twice said there was a tip. And also, he also said it was forensic evidence. So, yeah, we didn't get a lot of specifics in that press conference. Maybe it was an old tip. I don't know, but definitely Dan Bongino twice said it was a tip. But I believe, if I remember right, that Pam Bondi said there was no new tip. I'd kind of like to play what Pam Bondi said again just at the top, because I was dealing with, there were 2 feeds and I was trying to get you guys the best feed. So when it was going on, I didn't catch every single word of what she said because I was dealing with that. I want to take some comments from you guys too, but I would love if I could to just replay you. I just want to replay you what Pam Bondi had to say. So if you give me 2 seconds, I can pull that up right here and just replay what she had to say. And then we're going to take your comments on the air about it. I'd like to hear what you have to say about this. It was also strange because I didn't know that it was going to start. It just kind of started. It just started when President Trump was having his event. All right, hold on a second. I'm queuing it up right now. All right, so this is Pam Bondi speaking. Hold on. Oh, maybe I can. All right, let's do it this way. Here is getting it on the screen for you right now. There's that. Okay, so this is, we need to get rid of this. And then I'm going to say this was moments ago. And I'm just going to listen to what she said. I'm not going to replay the whole thing. Just going to listen to what she said right at the top. Then we'll take your comments. All right, so I'm putting moments ago. Oopsie, I know it's kind of big, but I want to. Moments ago. Okay, let's listen to this. We'll just hear what she had to say right at the top.
Cole Jr. was arrested and charged with placing the pipe bombs at the RNC and the DNC on January 5th, 2021. He has been charged with violating 18 U.S.C. 844, which is use of an explosive device. This investigation is ongoing. As we speak, search warrants are being executed, and there could be more charges to come. I'm going to let our U.S. Attorney discuss that shortly. This was the work of multiple agencies working together. This morning's operation was carried out safely and successfully. We know that there are so many issues when you're issuing search warrants. Dangerous things can happen, and this was carried out safely and securely thanks to all of the people standing around me. They have worked tirelessly on this. Today's arrest happened because the Trump administration has made this case a priority. The total lack of movement on this case in our nation's capital undermined the public trust of our enforcement agencies. This cold case languished for 4 years until Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino came to the FBI. The FBI, along with U.S. Attorney Pirro and all of our prosecutors, have worked tirelessly for months, sifting through evidence that had been sitting at the FBI with the Biden administration for 4 long years. There was no new witness, just good, diligent police work and prosecutorial work.
All right. It got cut off a little bit, but she said there was no new tip, and I think she said no new witness. Sorry, because I was switching back to the other feed then. But she said no new tip, and I think she said no new witness.
Working long years. There was no new witness, just good, diligent police work and prosecutorial work, working as a team along with ATF, Capitol Police, Metropolitan Police Department, and of course, the FBI. We are working every day to restore the public's trust. We hope that today is a significant step towards that progress. We'll share more information when we can and when it unfolds. I cannot stress enough how hard Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino have worked for months to make our nation's capital safer and to make our country safer. I'd like to introduce now Director Patel.
So, yeah, I mean, so we heard in the press conference that his name is Brian Cole Jr. He's from Virginia, and the claim was, so Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, said there was no new tip and no new witness. Later, Deputy Attorney General Dan Bongino twice said that there was a key tip, and he also called it forensic evidence. So I guess for those things to both be true, it would have had to be an old tip, because he twice said there was a tip. Anyways, but we didn't really get details on that. So, you know, really not a lot of not many investigatory details. Also, one or more of our viewers in the chat said like a photo of the guy. They have not released a photo of him. So we'll have to just see. There was suggestion that they'll release more detail as the court proceedings against this person continue. Also, she said he's going to be charged with use of an explosive device. I believe it was also said he's facing charges for transport of an explosive device and malicious destruction. But I don't have the press release in front of me. I don't even know if they've released a press release yet on this. So let me just do a quick check here and just see if they might have released a press release on this. I'm guessing they'll release one today. But I do not see, I'm looking here, I don't see one right now on the DOJ side. Let me just look at U.S. Attorney DC site and see if there's one there. So I want to hear from you guys what you think, but not a lot of information about this in that press conference. Who Shot JR says, was this actually the bomber or someone in connection? He's accused of placing the bombs. Bullet Tuna thinks he will be pardoned and a guest on Joe Rogan's podcast by the end of this administration. Cece said she saw a photo that was a pic from his job. Yeah, I'm not going to there might be photos floating around the internet, unconfirmed photos, but I'm not going to share any photos that are not confirmed of him. I don't want to end up showing an incorrect photo. I haven't heard any kind of statement, by the way. I have not heard any kind of statement from his legal team. Hang on, I'm going to pull this, putting this on the screen. Wait 1 second here. 1 moment. Oops, let me move this. Man accused of... Oh, there's the house. There's a picture of the house right there. There it is. See? Let me download that picture, if I can. There's a picture of the house that they were... and the authorities searching it. Hang on a moment. Let me just download this so I can show it to you. From the AP article. Hold on, I'm going to pull it up here right now. 1 moment, please. 1 moment, please. Let me pull this up on the screen for you guys. So this is from the AP article, and I have a picture of the house. There it is. There's the house. That is in... Now, Reuters said that he lives with his parents, so it might be his parents' house. This is in Woodbridge, Virginia. But you can see the extensive law enforcement presence. User says so they have zero evidence. Got it? Well, they say the authorities said they have evidence. They said they went through the old evidence and were able to solve the crime not from new evidence, but from what was already there. Although Dan Bongino twice referred to some sort of tip. Pocket Aces says, why no photo of the suspect released? That I'm not sure. Kung Fu Gaming thinks he lives in the basement. Another thing is, I'm not aware. So they had a search warrant for the house. I'm not aware that they went to the house, did a search, and then found something in the house, and that's why they think he did it. It sounds like they figured out that they believe he did it before they went to the house. They had to get a warrant, so there had to be probable cause to get the warrant. But Buckeye Bubba thinks it's $1 million house. Something else I was wondering about, and I said this earlier, if he, assuming it's true that he lives with his parents, did his parents have any idea this was going to happen today? So his parents are just there, and then, he's the suspect, and did they just show up with the whole family there? And they're like, we're arresting your son? I don't know. Buckeye Bubba thinks maybe they got it was probably a tip to look at existing evidence. Evelyn in Maine thinks it underscores how difficult the investigation was that even with the reward and attention, the suspect, it took so long to identify a suspect. Our viewer, hold on a second here. Tommy Tar thinks we're now seeing the varsity is in the game. Now there's another picture here. Hold on. There's another picture I want to show you, which is also from the house, but it's on the ground. Well, this is on the ground. That's a picture from AP as well. See, law enforcement. But there it is. So again, Brian Cole, Jr., 30, of Woodbridge, Virginia, who reportedly lives with his parents at that house, he has been arrested for placing pipe bombs near the Democratic National Committee and Republican National Committee headquarters the night of January 5th, the night before the January 6th protests and riot. Keno says if they knew who this guy was all along, why did they wait so long to arrest him? Well, no one is saying they knew who he was. What the press conference today claimed, they say that they accused the Biden Justice Department of not putting maximal resources toward this, and they said they were able to solve it with the same evidence that the Biden Justice Department had. That's what they said. He reportedly works for a bail bonds company and is 30 years old. Contactor IC Jones says this was solved by someone new that looked over the old evidence. Well, we're going to hear more. Eventually, there's going to be some more that comes out as the judicial process moves forward. I don't know if we'll see a charging document for this, but we'll definitely hear more as the process to prosecute this person moves forward. I'm very interested in knowing, as I'm sure you are, what the evidence is and how they ended up tying this person to these pipe bombs. Graphic One says, so he made the bombs there. We don't know that. The other thing is, like, if he lives with his folks, if he does live with his parents, so I don't know if his parents follow the news, but where did his parents think he was the night before? Did his parents know that there was this ongoing search for someone who placed pipe bombs the night before January 6th? And were his parents there at the time? And were they aware that he wasn't home at that time? And did he have some kind of excuse he gave them? And had his parents seen all of these videos that had been released of this person walking around in a mask? Right? So, I mean, there are a bunch of... Let's look at this again. But we were showing you this earlier. The FBI video. Hold on. Where is it here? Let me just pull it up. We had this before. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1 second here. Where is, hang on. Here. So look at all this video. This is from the FBI video that they put out a month ago. But a bunch of this has been out for a while, I believe. I don't know. Anyways, there's like the photos like this. And there's a lot of video of the suspect walking around. Like this. Look at this. So my question is, oops, what? Oh, sorry. My question is, I don't even know how aware the parents were of all this case. My question is, though, if you were the parents, if you're the parents and he's living with you, and you know he wasn't home that night, and you're following this case and you see all this video, would you recognize him or not? Again, for all I know, the parents weren't even really following the news. But I am wondering about, you see my question here. If he lives with his parents and he wasn't home that night, and then the parents happen to see all this video, would they see that and go, whoa, that kind of looks like our son? I don't know. Maybe they asked him about it. I don't know. This is all video from that night of the suspect. Flor Morena says, I would definitely recognize my kid, no doubt. But another video, our viewer Red Cat says, I doubt it. Now, James Matthews says every parent thinks their child is a perfect angel. I would certainly think if it's true that he lives with his parents, that the FBI is interviewing his parents. I don't know if for all I know, the FBI has talked to his parents already. I would love to know that. By the way, Woodbridge. We should say something about where Woodbridge is. Sorry. Should have pulled this up before. But just so you can see where Woodbridge, Virginia is. Oopsie. We're on Google Maps right here. Let me just do this real quick. Get this situated properly. Okay. So Woodbridge is there, and D.C. So Woodbridge, Virginia, directions to, hold on, DNC headquarters? Yes. So it is about a 42-minute drive from Woodbridge to the Democratic National Committee headquarters. About 23-mile drive. Carlos Rosa says just south of D.C. Lori Murphy says he didn't walk there. U.S. Michigan prepper says the pipe bomb suspect worked for the FBI and now works for the CIA. Steve Baker used gate analysis and solved this case, not the FBI or DOJ. They are gaslighting the American public. How shameful. That's what our viewers said. Gilbert thinks the NSA knew. Oh, hold on. I got some information. Hold on. I just saw something. We have, hold on. There's an affidavit that came out. The criminal complaint came out. Hey guys, it's out. I found this document. Look, we have the document. The affidavit in support of a criminal complaint is out. So let's look at this. We have it right now. Okay, so Kyle Cheney with Politico reports, prosecutors helped ID Brian Cole Jr. as the suspected pipe bomber by tracing purchases he made in 2019 and 2020 that include all the components of the pipe bombs discovered. All right, this is the criminal complaint right here. We have the criminal complaint. Oh, this is very helpful. Look. All right, hold on. I'm going to post the link in the chat. I'm posting the link to this document in the chat so you can see it. This is very helpful. All right, so let's scroll down here. By the way, thanks so much to our moderators who are here. We have Heavenly Intervention. Thanks, Heavenly Intervention. Oh, sorry. Heavenly Intervention donated. Thanks, Heavenly Intervention, for your support, and Dan and Maggie for your support. And also, I Need Some Skooma and History Buff, who thinks it's an obvious show to distract from war crimes and Epstein. Sorry, I owed a couple thank yous. Now, let me thank our moderators real quick. Also, thanks to Guy from the 207 for your support, and Who Shot JR on Twitch, and Damp Sasquatch, who says, finally getting truth from law enforcement in D.C. Bondi and Cash are doing a great job. Thank you, Damp Scotchwatch, and Hazitude for your support on Twitch, and Estern42 for your support on Twitch. Also, thanks to our moderators. We're about to dive into the criminal complaint. Matthew Kohai, 3 Sarah, and Surly Dev on Twitch. Linda Belkin, Larry, and Misha on X. Thanks, by the way, to Amy Cluck for the stars on Facebook. Thanks, Amy. Margaret Riley and Kay Lowry Body for moderating on Facebook. And thanks, Christy Claff, for subscribing on Facebook as well, and Chuck Mosca and Sharon Klassen Goslin. Also, Shannon Davis Hughes is moderating, and also our moderators on YouTube, Ruth is over there moderating. Ruth Krafasi, thanks, Ruth, for moderating there. Okay, and thanks Sevenfold for your support on YouTube. Okay, so let's look at this. Here we go. Background. All right, let's skip over the background for now. Pipe bomber identified on surveillance footage. We know that. Okay, identification of Brian. This is it. How they identified him. Identification of Brian J. Cole Jr. He is a 30-year-old resident of Woodbridge, Virginia. He is 5'6" and wears corrective eyeglasses. He lives in a single-family house with his mother and other family members. He works in the office of a bail bondsman in Northern Virginia. Cole's purchases of bomb-making equipment. Wow, look at this. The FBI has identified 1 bank checking account and 6 credit cards used by Cole. The FBI obtained records for the checking account and the 3 credit cards for roughly between 2018 and 2021. And they have credit card records and check records. During 2019 and 2020, Cole purchased multiple items consistent with the components that were used to manufacture the pipe bombs located at RNC and DNC. Cole used the accounts to purchase these items from physical retail locations in Northern Virginia. Both pipe bombs were manufactured using a 1x8 galvanized pipe with markings consistent with a particular manufacturer's product labeling. Cole purchased a total of 6 such galvanized pipes of this size on or about June 1, June 8th, and November 16th, 2020. They were made at 2 different Home Depot locations. Okay. There were 22,000 of these particular ones that were sold to Home Depot from the depot from the pipe manufacturer. Both pipe bombs were manufactured using end caps, which were used to close the ends. The pipe bombs contained a mix of black and galvanized end caps. The end caps had marking consistent with a certain manufacturer's labeling. Cole produced a total of 12 such caps and 12 black and 2 galvanized end caps from 4 different Home Depots in Northern Virginia in 2019 and in 2020. And there are, I guess, roughly a couple 100,000 of those end caps produced distributed to Home Depot from the manufacturer. Both pipe bombs were manufactured using a 9-volt battery connector with attached red and black wires. Those connectors used in the pipe bombs had identifying information that were consistent with those distributed in North America by a certain company and its predecessors. Cole produced 5 of those connectors in Northern Virginia in late 2019. Including cash purchases, fewer than 8,000 of those 9-volt distributors, 9-volt battery connectors were distributed in the U.S. between December 2017 and January 2021. Also, both pipe bombs used a white kitchen-style timer. He purchased 2 such white kitchen-style timers from Walmart in around June 3rd, 2020. They used a mix of 14-gauge red and black electrical wire. He purchased that kind of wire in 2019 and 2020. And both pipe bombs were packed with steel wool. He purchased steel wool from a Home Depot in 2020. Also, Cole purchased equipment that would facilitate the manufacturing of a pipe bomb, like safety glasses, a wire stripping tool, wire nuts, sandpaper, a machinist's file, protective gloves, and disinfecting wipes. Following the placement of the pipe bombs on January 5th, 2021, Cole continued to make purchases of components used in the bomb making. Okay. So anyways, so what they say is that they said that he purchased all of this stuff in 2020 and 2021 and 2019, basically, if I'm remembering all this right. And all of this stuff matches the kind of stuff that was used in the pipe bombs. Now, it's not like an exact match. They don't say, well, we did DNA analysis on, they don't say like this had this, they don't say something like, well, this particular part had a serial number and it exactly matches the serial number of what he bought. But they say that for this stuff, that the bombs was used, these bomb ingredients that were used in the pipe bombs matched the type of bomb ingredients, the type of stuff he was buying in this period, okay? So they say that, and then they, by the way, I'm going to post a link to this document again so you can read it yourself. Okay, and then they say his location. Okay, Cole's location on January 5th, 2021. Cole's cell phone, the FBI obtained cell phone records. Okay. Records obtained from the cell phone provider. Fine. Provider records show that the Cole cell phone connected with provider cell phone towers, consistent blah, 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 consistent with the Cole cell phone being in the area of the RNC and the DNC on January 5th. Oh. So it says that, for example, Cole's cell phone interacted with a particular provider tower. Video surveillance footage shows that around this time, the individual who placed the pipe bombs walked westbound on D Street. So they're saying that they have cell phone data that's consistent with their surveillance footage. Okay? Cell phone, they have a bunch of cell phone data from his phone that's consistent with video surveillance footage of the person placing the bombs and walking around. Okay? So they definitely say that. Hang on a moment here. Okay, and then what else do they say here? He is the owner of a Nissan Sentra. On January 5th, his Sentra was observed driving past a license plate reader at the South Capitol Street exit, which is less than 1/2 mile from the location where the individual who placed the devices was first observed. So they have a license plate detection, which I guess matches the location, which is of his car. Shortly before they observed they observed him on foot. So it looks like it's a combination of they have a combination of purchases he made of ingredients that were similar to those used in the actual pipe bombs, cell phone data that places him in the area where this person was observed, where the bomber was observed, and also data that his car was close to the location where the bomber was observed. The person who placed the bombs was observed that night. So that looks to me, just looking through this, like the three sources of evidence, and it seems like the big evidence is the evidence of his purchases of ingredients that match those used, not like one-to-one serial number match, but they match the type of stuff used in the bombs, and also cell phone data that matches locations where the surveillance footage showed the bomber was that night. Those seem to be the two big sources of evidence. Now it's interesting. One thing I see when I read this is, okay, so why in theory, why could this information not have been uncovered sooner in the several years beforehand? Now, maybe it's easy to say that in retrospect. So I don't know what it was that made them look at this particular guy, right? But again, it seems to be like a decent amount of evidence. Yeah, right. Just as N said, Bongino twice said in the press conference that there was some sort of tip. But they also said there were no new tips. So, one of our viewers, Gilbert, says too much data, needle in a haystack. I mean, it certainly seems like a good amount of information when you look at it this way. But maybe it takes maybe the big thing is figuring out who to look at. Now, Trigger Digger thinks this is not near enough evidence to convict. Now, they might have more evidence, by the way. I'm going to post a link to this again. I'm going to post a link again. I'm going to also post I'm going to say the criminal complaint. Hold on a second here. The pipe bomber criminal complaint also cites evidence where his cell phone signal allegedly matched the location of surveillance footage of the bomber. I mean, you can see it right here. They say, they talk about cell phone records, and they say, like, at this time, the cell phone was located here. Video surveillance footage shows that at that time, hold on, where did I go here? At that time, he was here. Video, at this time, he was, the cell phone was observed interacted with this tower. Surveillance footage shows at approximately that time, the individual who placed the pipe bombs was at a location consistent with the coverage area of that cell phone tower, I guess, or a cell phone signal. All right. So again, I want to take some more comments from you, but from the criminal complaint, which I will post again. Maybe can the mods? I will post the criminal complaint again, and I should have pinned it before, but if the mods, I'll pin it on YouTube. If the mods on Facebook and Twitch can pin that criminal complaint as well. Oops. You know what I gotta do? Let me just do it this way. Here, let me put it that way. And then you guys can read it. You can read it at your leisure. But again, I just went through it, and what it seems to me is that the two big sources of evidence they have are evidence that he purchased all of these different components that match, not serial number match, but match the type of components used in the bombs, and they have cell phone data that places him at locations from his cell phone, that places his cell phone at locations that match surveillance footage from the night of where the bomber was. X1 Heavy thinks that's pretty damning evidence. Now, if you're him, like, I don't know how. We haven't heard from his lawyers yet. I guess you could question the evidence, or you could say somebody else had the cell phone. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to argue. We don't. There's not details. There is nothing in this document that from quickly going over it, I don't see anything in this document about his motive or anything like that, or about his political leanings. Kaltenberg says, wonder if they found anything at the house. Rich says he needs an alibi for being in the area. D's Nut says, wonder if they found some sort of online posting or a manifesto to strengthen their case. Betsy's tag says, I wonder if they were surveying his house early on. I also wonder if his name came up under the Biden Justice Department investigation. All right, hold on a second here. Yeah, I haven't. I've only. Oh, and here is. I'm sorry. Here is a document. I just got a new version of this document with the first page on it. I didn't have this before. This says offense description: explosive. So far, being charged with 2 different things, apparently. Explosive device transportation in interstate commerce with intent to kill, injure, or intimidate any individual or unlawfully to damage or destroy any building, vehicle, or other real or personal property. Also, explosive device, malicious destruction, or attempted malicious destruction by means of fire and explosive materials. Mr. Showtime says, I want to see this trial. Shine Your Light Detailing says, wouldn't he know his cell phone would trace him? I mean, it's interesting if you're him and you do this and you have your cell phone on you when you do it, and you also just like bought these materials at local Home Depots and stuff like this, I would think you'd think there's a decent chance you'd get caught. You know, another interesting thing about the account of when he bought the stuff, he was buying it according to the document. He was purchasing these items during 2019 and 2020. 2019 is over a year before January 5th, 2021. So, was he, was he thinking, it certainly doesn't suggest that he had planned this like after the election or something. But maybe I don't know what the argument's going to be, but was he looking into building these kind of things, or had he been building them for a while and then he just decided, oh, I'll use one of these things to do this? But again, a bunch of these purchases are months, or in some cases, over a year before the actual placing of the bombs. And again, he hasn't been proven guilty. He's alleged. Paprika Pauline says, who knows what he was thinking. Mila K. Bay says, maybe he wanted to get caught for fame. And remember also, he placed, whoever placed these, allegedly him, placed one outside the Democratic National Headquarters and one outside the one outside Democratic National Committee Headquarters, one outside Republican National Committee Headquarters. Kelly Reed Lacefield says they always get caught. To repeat, I have I have pinned to the chat, and the moderators have helped with this. Thank you, moderators. Pinned to the chat is the document, the criminal complaint, where you can read. You can read the. You can read the evidence that was in this, that authorities said they had about him in this document. Now, they may have other evidence too. Donna Morris says, could he have been waiting until any large event just to use them? It's a good question. I mean, was he working on these things for a couple of years? Had he practiced with them, if this is indeed him? Thanks, by the way, to Christy Claft for subscribing on Facebook. Christy Claft thinks it probably took years to get warrants, then sift through all the purchases and link each person to each purchase. Then link phones to towers to people. It's a huge amount of work and resources. I'm sure it wasn't sitting in a pile of dust. That's what Christy says. Chuck Mosca says, are we expected to believe this was unrelated to the planned January 6th attack? look, they haven't said anything about his motive. I mean, I certainly think it's reasonable to assume that he knew this big protest was planned for the next day, right? But as to his connection to anyone else, did he do this all himself? Did he talk about it with other people? We don't even know what the allegation is about that, or even if there is such an allegation from the authorities about that at the moment. Harry Parrott thinks the walking gait is more of a female and this guy is a patsy. Confidence in God said, did he use a computer to do research? Well, I wonder if, you would think that maybe authorities were looking when they went to his house. Maybe they were looking for, maybe there was a computer there. I don't know if his computer was still there or other records he had. Is there any chance they found at his house the sneakers that the FBI said that the bomber was wearing? Any chance about that? Or of that? Hey, thanks, Professor Hamamoto. I appreciate that, who downloaded the document. Yeah, you can check that document yourself. I have pinned it in the chat and posted it in the chat. You can check it yourself. Randy Martinez thinks these parts purchases lend to believe that the criminal acts had nothing to do with what happened on January 6th. Well, are you saying because the purchases were so far before January 6th? Again, maybe this person purchased this stuff over time and was working it overtime on this stuff over time, but decided that that event was when they said, okay, I'm going to use one of these things I've been working on. I don't know. Oh, did I miss one other thing? There's one other thing maybe I missed in here. Hold on. Hang on. His other contacts with Washington, D.C. Between January 8, 2018 and January 2021, Cole made a total of 5 purchases within Washington, D.C. Okay. Approximately 3 weeks before the pipe bombs were placed, Cole made a purchase at a restaurant in D.C., located across from the entrance to Rumsey Court on D Street Southeast. Yeah, so they did... about 3 weeks before the bombs were placed, he bought something at a restaurant in D.C. And he was in D.C. several times over the last couple of years. I mean, so maybe he was scouting it out, or maybe he just happened to be in D.C. I don't know, but it says that here. Old Man Survival says, why would he want to bomb both those places? Well, I don't know. I mean, you might want to create chaos. One report, and I haven't seen this anywhere else, but MS Now had reported that he had some anarchist writings, I believe. MS Now, Ken Delanian said earlier, the suspect has been linked to statements in support of anarchist ideology. Anarchy is a anti-government, anti-institutions ideology. I haven't seen that anywhere else, though. By the way, thank you to Dan and Maggie for the memberships. Let me just see something here. I appreciate everybody writing into, trying to read a bunch of your comments. Oh, thanks, I am Charlie. Thanks, I am Charlie. I am Charlie. I'm not aware. I have not seen any reports that there are closed matches. I have not seen that yet. I'll let you know if I see any reports about that. Did President Trump post about this? Let's see. Hold on a second here. President Trump has not posted about this yet. I'm guessing he will at some point. But I don't see anything on his post, on his feed about this. And then I still don't know if the DOJ has released a press release about this. I'm sure that'll happen at some point. Thanks, I am Charlie. Yeah, again, I just haven't seen personally any kind of reporting anywhere about a closed match, and there was nothing in the chart in the criminal complaint about a closed match. It doesn't mean that there hasn't been something with closed, but again, I just haven't seen it. That's the best I can say. Thanks so much, I am Charlie. Hold on a second here. Yeah, I don't think there's a press release yet from the Department of Justice about this. Oh, you know what? I missed this. Now, just this I think was posted right around the time of the press conference, but just to show you what Kash Patel posted about this. Hang on. Kash Patel has posted a couple things about this, so I want to just show you that. Give me one moment here. I'll show you what Kash Patel had to say. We already heard him in the press conference. Here is one post from Kash Patel 10 minutes ago. This FBI team rebuilt an entire investigation, reworked the evidence, deployed new tech, and executed a plan that finally brought the pipe bomb suspect into custody. Dan Bongino led from the front, and our agents delivered. This is the FBI doing its job relentlessly and without excuses. And he also posted When Dan Bongino and I came to the FBI in March, the pipe bomb investigation had been stalled for going on 5 years. We rebuilt it from scratch, rerunning every lead, retesting every piece of evidence, bringing in top experts, and deploying new technology to engineer the break that finally nailed the suspect. He says new technology. You know, one of our viewers in the chat said, did they use AI? Were they able to use AI to help them? That's a good question. Just throwing that out there. Today is a result of outstanding work. We didn't need new evidence, just new leaders and a new President Trump willing to let good cops be cops. I'm extremely grateful to Dan Bongino, FBI leadership team, Pam Bondi, Attorney Pirro, U.S. Attorney Pirro, and every partner who helped deliver this win. This is a focused, rebuilt FBI delivering results for the American people. Did Austin ask that? I'm not sure. Fred Withrow says, how is it connected to January 6th? Well, we don't know the motive here, but these bombs were placed the night before the January 6th protests and they were found on January 6th. I guess in theory, it's possible that the person who placed them was just happened to place them hours before the huge January 6th protests planned for, that President Trump had promoted that was planned for January 6th. It's possible the person placed them outside the Democrat and Republican national headquarters hours before. I think it's reasonable to think that the person placing them was doing it because that was happening the next day. But I don't know. We don't know that for sure, which is a fair point. No claim has been made on this broadcast that there's a definite connection between the two. Thank you, Fred, for the question. Yeah, very interested in knowing how the whole investigation went down. So maybe at some point there'll be some more publicly released about that. But that would be great. If they have the right person who did this, that would be great. Good work by them. He has not been proven guilty in a court of law yet, but that would be great. Thanks to our new member, Dan and Maggie. Thank you. Also, Chris, 42690, our new member. All right, we'll take a few more comments here. Why didn't the bombs go off? Julie Shields said, well, I don't remember exactly. I know that the FBI said that they were viable and could have hurt or killed people. Yeah, they were viable pipe bombs, the FBI said, that could have seriously injured or killed innocent bystanders. I don't know if it's, I didn't go back and look, and maybe they said publicly at some point why they didn't go off. I'm not sure. But I don't know that that's been publicly released by the authorities. Thanks, I Am Charlie. Yeah, I Am Charlie. I talked about those sneakers earlier. Again, I have not seen any kind of reporting yet that says that they found those sneakers in his house. I have the charging document does not say that. No reporting I've seen so far says that they matched the sneakers to him. Now maybe they did, but I have not seen any kind of report that myself. Thank you so much, I Am Charlie, for your support. Very much appreciated. Gary Bain says, nobody said at the press conference how much time the suspect could receive if convicted. Yeah, I have not seen that yet. Also, he could face other charges that we don't know about yet. Also, it's one thing to say what the maximum penalty is. There's another question of what somebody might actually expect to get, which can be different than the maximum. So I don't have that information yet. I haven't seen that yet. But the person might face other charges too. Hey, thanks again, Dan. Dan and Maggie gave out some more memberships. Be sure to thank Dan. Thank you, Dan and Maggie. Make sure you thank Dan and Maggie or anybody else if they give you a membership or a gift subscription. Thank you so much. Also, thanks to Who Shot JR for your support over there on Twitch. We looked at it before, so I'm not going to show it again. But if you want to see it, about a month ago, the FBI posted a video with a bunch of footage of surveillance footage in detail about this case. So it's a YouTube video. I'll post a link in the chat. We went over the whole thing before, so I'm not going to go over it again now. But I posted the whole. I'll post the link in the chat to the FBI video, and that's something else you can look at if you're interested in it. I just posted the link right now. And one other thing I'm very interested to see is what will his legal team say. Yeah, Pam Bondi said there were still search warrants being executed and evidence being gathered. There could be more charges to come. Also, the Washington Post says Washington Post says the discovery of these bombs apparently diverted law enforcement attention from the U.S. Capitol before a mob breached it on January 6th. Yeah, some people are claiming in our chat that the suspect in the surveillance video walks like a female. Well, I can't really comment on that. I can't. It doesn't. Nothing screams out to me either way. But I'm not an expert on how people walk. But again, this person is identified as Brian Cole, and everything I've seen says he is a male. But if I hear differently, I'll let you know. I don't even know if it specifically uses he or she pronouns in the charging document. I don't know that it does. I'm looking at the charging I don't even know that it identifies him. Did they say he in the press conference? I don't know. Anyways, the name is Brian Cole, Jr. Mr. Showtime says, I have to watch the video and see. Cruz thinks the guy probably destroyed the shoes. I mean, I do understand what the viewer says about, like, they say they have cell phone data that places him in the area. So if the person was actually walking around with his cell phone while doing this, this is just me speculating, but it suggests to me that maybe the person didn't have like incredibly detailed, highly skilled plans to dispose of all evidence. It seems like if you're like a really, somebody who's like really researched how to do this and put all this effort into trying to get away and not get caught, I don't know that that kind of person would bring their cell phone with them and have it on. But maybe I'm wrong. I'm not a crime expert, so. I am Charlie, thank you. I am Charlie is claiming that the FBI recovered Nikes in the video at his house. Again, I don't know where you're seeing this. I have not seen it myself. It might be true. I just haven't seen it. Juliana Martin says, I wonder who gets the reward money. I don't know if somebody will get the reward money. I don't know if somebody gave a tip that would match, that somebody provided information that would match the criteria needed for the reward money. It's a good question. Karen Moore says, it's interesting that all of this is happening when there has been rumors that Bondi and Patel were a bit out of favor, supposedly for the recent setbacks in court. That's what Karen Moore says. The charging document certainly makes it look like they have a decent amount of evidence. Okay. Hold on a moment. I think it might be time. I think we've done what we came here to do. So I would suggest, again, if you want to see more about the evidence, the best I can suggest is we have pinned it in the chat, and I'll post it again. You can actually read the criminal complaint document, which lays out evidence that the federal prosecutors say they have that this person did this. I just posted the link again in the chat. You can look at the document. It's there. You can read it. We went over it, but it basically talks about two of the big, I think the two biggest things it talks about are evidence about purchases that the suspect made of materials similar to the ones used in the bombs, and also cell phone data that matches the locate of the suspect's cell phone that matches where the person who put the bombs, who laid the bombs out, the person who placed the bombs is in surveillance footage, and the cell phone data matches the location of the surveillance footage. Approximately, the bombs were discovered approximately 1 p.m. on January 6th, by the way. 1 and 1:15 p.m. The devices were both IEDs. And they said that the authorities disrupted the devices somehow. No, there's plenty of evidence beyond cell phone evidence. There's a whole thing in the document about they go over all these different all these different parts that match the type of parts that were used in the bombs, and talk about how they have evidence that the suspect had been buying those parts since 2019. So you can read the document and see. Why is there no mugshot? I understand that question. I'm guessing there'll be one soon. No mugshot yet. So I'm sure there's more to come to this on this, guys, and there's going to be a trial too, I assume, unless the person, I guess, pleads guilty. All right, I think it might be our time. I think it might be our time. Yeah, so again, we'll have to see what his legal team says. We'll have to see, you know, if we get more about motive from the authorities, what ultimately stuff, there'll be a lot more allegations in a trial. And as the authorities said, they said that they're still investigating. So maybe they'll uncover new stuff in the investigation. Maybe they've already uncovered new stuff, but they haven't talked about it yet. So we're going to be keeping an eye on all of this. Oh, hold on. There's a press release. I think there's a press release. Hey, this just came out. Press release. Virginia man for allegedly placing arrested. Look at this. FBI Washington Field. Here it is. Arrested. Arrested. So they have the arrested poster. Look, we got this. We got our arrested poster. There we go. You got that. And they have a press release. We got the press release. Well, great. I'm glad we got this. Let's look at this. It actually links to the redacted criminal complaint. So let's look at this. Brian Cole Jr., 30, of Woodbridge, Virginia, was arrested this morning and charged for transporting and planting 2 IEDs on January 5th at the headquarters of both the RNC and the DNC. He's charged in a complaint today with transporting an explosive device in interstate commerce with the intent to kill, injure, or intimidate any individual, or unlawfully to damage or destroy any building, vehicle, or other real or personal property. He's also charged with attempted malicious destruction by means of fire and explosive materials. I'm going to post a link to this press release so you can read it in the chat. U.S. Attorney for District of Columbia, Jeanine Pirro, said, "The well-being of our society rests in our ability as law enforcement to safeguard our citizens when bad actors intervene to disrupt and threat that peace, to destroy the very fabric of our country. We do, and we will track them down and hold them to account for their crimes to the full extent of the law. FBI and members of my office worked around the clock to methodically piece together the clues that ultimately identified the defendant." Pam Bondi said today's arrest was a result of good, diligent police work and collaboration on a case that languished for 4 years under the prior administration. The American people are safer thanks to this morning's successful operation. By the way, if you missed it, we showed the press conference earlier on this broadcast. You can rewind and watch it. Pam Bondi said the investigation into the pipe bombs has been a high priority since Deputy Director Bongino and I assumed our new roles 9 months ago. Since that time, our FBI teams have gone back over every fact and data point looking for new leads, and today's arrest is a result of that outstanding work. This is from Director Patel said this. Although almost 5 years have passed, this shows the FBI will never rest in bringing justice to those who endanger American lives and our communities. I would like to thank our Washington field office, FBI personnel across the country, and our partners for their hard work and dedication which led to this arrest. FBI Deputy Director Bongino said this historic arrest shows the FBI delivers on its promises to protect the American people. The pipe bombs could have caused devastating loss of life and injuries as well as property damage. I'm going through this kind of fast because it's not much different than stuff we've heard before. I want to thank the FBI employees who worked on this over the years, our law enforcement partners who assisted in the investigation, and the American people who for the tips they shared with us. Okay. I'll skip over this. According to the criminal complaint, which we already went over and I pinned in the chat, during 2019 and 2020, Cole purchased multiple components consistent with those used to manufacture the 2 IEDs, and those were purchased at several retailers in Northern Virginia. Okay, the IEDs were found around 1 and 1:15 on January 6th. Police neutralized both devices. The FBI assessed that the 2 devices contained a main explosive charge, a fusing system, and a container. Video surveillance determined the same individual placed the devices on January 5th evening. The suspect had been wearing dark pants, a gray hooded sweatshirt, dark gloves, Nike Air Max speed turf shoes, and a face mask that obscured the person's face. The video showed the individual adjusting eyeglasses and carrying a backpack. We showed that video earlier in the stream. On January 5th, 2021, around 7:10 p.m., Cole's Nissan Sentra was observed driving past a license plate reader at the South Capitol Street exit from I-395 South, which is less than 1/2 mile from the location where the individual who placed the devices was first observed on foot near North Carolina and South New Jersey Avenue Southeast. Cell phone records further show that Cole's cell phone communicated with cell towers in the area of the RNC and DNC on January 5th, 2021, between 7:39 p.m. and 8:24 p.m. The FBI's cellular analysis and survey team determined that the location of Cole's cell phone during this period corresponded with the path of the suspect identified by the FBI through analysis of video from that day. So here's what I don't understand. How recent is this video? I mean, look, this is not advanced policing, what I'm about to say. This requires no special insight. But as soon as the authorities had the surveillance video, right? I would think they would know they would know where and when the suspect was, right? They would know where the suspect was and when. So you would think they would just pull the cell phone records. And there's only so many people that are going to be at those locations at that time, right? That would narrow it down a lot. So did the previous administration not have the I don't know when those videos were discovered, all those videos. But I mean, that doesn't sound like, it sounds like you could narrow down things a lot once you have the surveillance video, if you can just pull the cell phone records. I mean, how many people are walking by there at night? So that seems odd to me. I mean, so what new was needed? Now, Robinhood claims that FBI claims the cell phone records were corrupted by the carriers. Well, look, maybe there's some reason that the cell phone data was not accessible till now of some sort. I don't know about that, right? Maybe there's some reason that the cell phone data couldn't be accessed and now it could be accessed. But I mean, if you can get the cell phone data and you have surveillance footage of the person, it would seem that you could narrow down things a lot right there. But it's an interesting question. Maybe for some reason that cell phone data was not accessible until recently. I don't know, but because we were talking before and people were saying, and I understand, well, there's so many people who bought those different parts that it might take a long time to go through all the people who bought these different parts that were in the bomb. But I mean, there aren't that many people who are going to be at those locations. And in those surveillance videos, you don't see many people walking around at all. I mean, there's people who live there, I guess, but they wouldn't be. I mean, how many people are going to be at all those different places? I would, given the number of different towers they have him at, I don't know that any other person, given the amount of surveillance footage they currently have of him walking on all those different streets and the numerous towers that we saw in the charging document. They have all these different cell phone towers they talk about. This tower. There's this right here is 5 different towers. I mean, would there be any other individual whose phone at those exact times matches those 5 different towers? So, again, I'm just wondering if maybe there was a reason they couldn't get the cell phone data. Because it just seems if you have this, once you have the surveillance footage, if you have the cell phone data, I don't know that it seems like only one person phone would match. I would guess. But again, there very well might have been, I don't know when all this surveillance footage came in, and also how was the cell phone data accessed? Maybe it was not possible to do that before. But, you know, I find it hard to believe that there's even one other person whose cell ping would match all these things. This is 5 different towers here they talk about at 5 different times. Literally 5 different towers, right? 1, 2. Well, no, there's this one, 5. Yeah, I mean, you can go through. But the point is, it's different towers at different times. Anyways. Evelyn in Maine thinks carriers can mislog or misorient towers. Marcus USA says, what if it was a friend's cell phone? Anyways, well, I'm glad we got to read the press briefing. I mean, it's the summary here, the press release. We got to show you the press release, and the press release literally has a link to the redacted PDF, which is the document we've been looking at. So if you can just go, you can go to this press release, and if you go down to the bottom, that's another link to that criminal complaint, and you can read through it about the evidence. All right. Well, this worked out well. This worked out well. We were about to get off the air, and right as I was getting off the air, the press release came out. So we got to read the press release too. One of our viewers, Wolf Ross, says he works in chasing criminals' business. He knows how cell phone data works. He did work at a bail bonds company, correct? That's what was reported. Reuters reported that. Oh, I think the actual document said that. I think the charging document said that. Didn't it? Yes, Cole works in the office of a bail bondsman. Our viewer Bazanis says you can't get away, everything is registered. All right. Well, guys, we'll have to see what comes forth in this. I would have to think either again, once you have the surveillance footage and you have the correct phone data, it would seem quite simple to narrow down the suspects. My guess is maybe to one person. But maybe that was not possible until recently. Or another thing is, well, I guess it's possible maybe they narrowed it down to a person, but they couldn't get the person's purchase records. I don't know. Anyways, that's very interesting though. The presser was earlier. You can rewind and watch it. All right, we're going to wrap this up. And I am not a legal expert, so I'm not going to opine on whether this person might have whether this is the kind of evidence where if you see it and if it holds up in court, whether that is like a knockdown case or not. I don't know what is required to prove reasonable doubt to a jury, beyond a reasonable doubt to a jury, and get a unanimous verdict. All right. So I really appreciate you guys. He's 30 years old, I believe. That's what's reported. So I really appreciate you guys being here for our live coverage of this. Oh, thanks, Cece, over on Twitch for your support. If there's big developments, who knows? If there's some huge new development, we can always do another stream on it. And I will post updates about this on my X account, which is @Lookner. You can follow me over there @Lookner on X for breaking news. Oh, and I will say again, I'm going to say this one more time. As was originally mentioned by our viewer, don't sleep on this. I might be crazy, but remember, when President Trump granted the pardon for January 6th, people who've been convicted for January 6th stuff, part of that pardon says he grants a full, complete, and unconditional pardon to all other individuals convicted of offenses related to events that occurred at or near the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. Well, does that mean if the lawyer for the bomber says, well, he went to place these bombs right before the January 6 events because he, wanted to cause chaos at that event? Well, doesn't that make the placing the bombs related to the January 6 events? And therefore, doesn't this pardon apply to him if he's convicted? I don't know, but it's an interesting question to me. Would this mean that he gets, and if he's convicted, could we then see a legal maneuver by his legal team to say, well, now this pardon applies to him? I don't know. Again, I know people keep saying January 6th. This does not say anyone that you had to do something on January 6th. It says all other individuals convicted of offenses related to events that happened on January 6th. Related to events that happened on January 6th. Not that the offense itself had to happen on January 6th. But I don't know. I would be shocked if his legal team does not seriously consider arguing. I'm not a lawyer, but I would be shocked if his legal team does not seriously consider arguing that if he gets convicted, if in his mind was something related to January 6th, that they do not consider arguing that this pardon applies to him. Marcus Planespotting Germany says, LOL, they should try. Daniel Salisbury says his lawyer will most definitely lean into that. Who knows? Walkie Talkie says, can a pardon be revised? Thanks McCartney, by the way, who says, for watching, who says, I don't think that theory will fly at all. Anyways, so I'm interested to see what happens with that. Okay, so let's wrap this up. The very interesting case. But hopefully it's the right guy, and hopefully hopefully it's the right guy, and that person is no longer walking around at large. All right, guys, it's our time. So I really appreciate you joining for the stream. And if there's huge news later today, we will cover it. If you want, subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. I would suggest turning our notifications on. You never know when big news is going to happen. I'm going to jump on the air and cover it. So if you want to get our free notifications, we do it through Discord. It's really easy. It's really reliable. Sign up at the link. The mods will post the link to sign up for the free notifications. And also, you can find that notifications link on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this video. The link to sign up for the notifications is there. Great job. Thanks so much for those people who've been sending me comments and sending me updates and writing in the chat. Really good discussion today from the chat. A lot of really interesting points from the chat and suggestions. So really good job. Thanks for all your contributions in the chat and things people were sending to me. Thanks for all your contributions to the discussion on the stream. Huge thanks also to our all of our moderators on all of our platforms. The reason that we can have our chat rooms where people discuss stuff with different views. As our moderators, they keep things civil and respectful there. So huge thanks to them for being here. Ruth over there on YouTube. Thanks so much, Ruth, for all the modding on YouTube. I really appreciate that. And all of our other YouTube moderators. Also our Twitch moderators like Big Ball of Yarn, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Thank you. And our Facebook moderators, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Shannon Davis Hughes, all of our other Facebook moderators, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Thank you, moderators. Huge thanks to you. Also, thanks so much to everybody who donated on the stream. That's really nice of you guys. That's what allows this channel to exist, is your support. I Am Charlie, by the way. I missed a couple donations from I Am Charlie. Thanks so much for all your support, I Am Charlie, and Dan and Maggie and everybody else I thanked earlier. I think I got everybody. Hopefully. Yeah, so thanks for all your support. If you ever want to donate to the channel, you go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. Another good way to find out when we're going on the air live is to follow us on X at agendafreetv. Look, at agendafreetv. I post there whenever we're going live. I post updates about the channel there, so follow over there on X if you're on X at agendafreetv. And also, let's see here. We do have a chat where you can chat with our viewers, other viewers when we're not on the air. Our Discord chat, it's free. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. It's the same link as the notifications link, the free notifications link to check out our Discord chat. So check that out if you'd like. And thanks so much to our Discord moderators for all you do. Thank you, Discord moderators. If you're watching on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. That can also help you find out when we're live. The way you got to do that is you got to subscribe to the channel and then click this bell and choose all notifications. And if you are already subscribed, make sure you have the bell clicked and you've chosen all notifications so you're getting our YouTube notifications. Big thanks also to our Facebook subscribers who support the channel, like Chuck Mosca and Sharon Klassen Goslin and Martha Crawford, Margaret Riley, Christy Claft, Shannon Davis Hughes, Kay Lowry Body, and all of our other subscribers on Facebook. Thank you so much, Robert Real II and others. Really appreciate it. Also, all of our Twitch subscribers, thank you, people like CC and Daddy Dino and Wall Street, Matthew Kohai 3, and let's see here, ZZGGYY, Douthis, thank you. Hopefully I'm getting all of them who are there. And all of our other subscribers over on Twitch, thank you so much. Amalian, thank you. And our YouTube members, thanks to all of our YouTube members, huge thanks. Betsy's Tag, Barry69, JD63, McCartney6, McCartney6404. All the names are still screwed up on YouTube with the numbers after them. Sorry about that. I don't know why that started happening a week ago or so. JK Cinar, McCartney, Dan and Maggie, Evelyn in Maine, Barry, thanks for being members. Tace, Vim, Marcus Planespotting, Germany, Thomas Darwin, Pat W., Barry, Lucy Goosey, Victoria Estrida, Joe Martin, Patricia Grace, Chris N., Mason D., Waltham Mess, Walkie Talkie, all of our other YouTube members, thank you. And everybody else watching. Elijah, thanks for watching over there on YouTube. Elaine the Pain. KK, thanks for watching. Princess Kitty. Honey Bunch of Slugs, thanks for watching. Chris McBricker. Zambo33. On Twitch there, Kung Fu Gaming, and Melissa Terry, thanks for watching on Facebook, all of our Facebook viewers, Juliana Martin, Lorraine Sterling, Kelly Reed Lacefield, and everybody else. All right, we're wrapping up this stream. You have been watching our live breaking news coverage of the arrest of the suspect in the placement of 2 pipe bombs I believe it was one. Was it one? It was one outside of each, I believe. Of one outside of the Republican National Committee headquarters and one outside of the Democratic Committee headquarters. I believe it was one outside of each. But anyways, I'm not going to go back and worry about that now. The placement of pipe bombs outside of those headquarters the night before the January 6th protest and riot. After years of looking for this person, the FBI says, and the Department of Justice says they got him. So we'll have to see how the trial goes, if there is a trial, if the person wants to go to a trial and doesn't want to plead guilty, I guess. Or doesn't want to, yeah, I guess that would be the only way. It's not going to be a trial realistically. So we'll see as things go forward. There might be more information put out. There might be new charges. And if you missed it, the document, the charging document is in it's pinned in the chat. So you can check that out as well. Plea deal. But in if it's a plea deal, the person's still pleading guilty. A plea deal, right? A plea deal is where they're pleading guilty. Okay. I don't think there's going to be a deal otherwise of some sort. So that is it for now. Thank you again for watching, and I will keep an eye on this, and we'll see what develops. But thanks for watching. That is it for now, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.